What you looking at is royalty. The king is here. Where I belong, sitting on the throne. You a clone, you should move along. The king is here. I'm the one holding the crown, going bow when you see me come around. The king is here.
King Steven, welcome back to Z Show.
Hello, Z. It's good to be back on here.
good vehicle for me to improve the little things as much as I possibly can, from the speech to the confidence to the comfort in my own skin. So
you're right. So this is the biggest thing I found, right, that relates to my actual life is the ability to confront new conversations, press people online in a space where it's like I wouldn't press people like that in real life. Not all the time, although I have somewhat of a proclivity to anyhow, but to really test that space and figure out like what the boundaries actually might be. And then to bring that back into real life is about because there's nothing to be accomplished online, dude. You're not going to see it online.
That's certainly not true. There's plenty of things that can be done as far as networking.
Right. Well, but that's all that there is. That's what I'm saying.
What's up, Hank?
Yeah, I'm just getting sick of looping the same old nonsense every week. It just, even when I'm actually helping solve an issue, people go back to the same old drama. I thought we resolved it last week. It's just making me depressed at this point.
No, I agree.
Stuck.
And so that's where I want to point out a very specific observation for me, where I see people when they avoid it, right? They say, "Oh, I'm going to avoid the drama," and they get out of it. And then what their version of that is sitting around and hanging out and watching a video together, instead of sort of trying to be willing to put in just a little bit more work and effort to do something that would be more meaningful in any way. Because there is loops to the space, and the loop essentially comes from laziness. That's what I've seen. I know I haven't been here as long as the rest of y'all, but that's a good thing for me because it means I've had less time wasted.
Dude, you might be a genius. Is that what you're trying to teach us with your fucking AI videos?
I haven't done the AI videos or I haven't made a new one of those in
a day.
Well, yeah, that one yesterday was much less time.
Exactly.
All right, if that's the best you got, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. You'll see what you see. You won't see the rest. If it serves your narrative,
exactly.
It's fine.
Reflection. That's you.
Reflection or projection?
That's
yes.
you. That's you. Yes.
So, what do you believe is the best way to resolve genuine disputes when they pop up?
Yeah, with most people just talking it out, but with these people, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna endorse them more of them.
Endorse who?
I'm probably gonna endorse them more of them because they don't want resolution. They just want to go either grandstand or loop for their loosh. So
loop for the loosh.
Yeah.
Okay. So where do you stand here, Hank? Because I know that you have some skills, right? Do you believe that there's some things that you could be doing that would be better use of your skills?
Well, I thought so. I was trying to switch my modems out, but I mean, freaking technology's so busted. I'm at to just try to avoid the mainstream stuff. Just so I have stuff that actually works properly. So I'm not sure if there is, because these things are just so bad all the way around.
Yeah, I mean, like just the whole thing today, like the whole sort of spectacle over there. I mean, it's the same people who you'll find here.
Hank, why can't he let it go? Why does he have to keep going back to this?
Well, we're talking about the same thing. I believe this is the sort of
yes.
It's what the chat's talking about too.
But Hank, why OTW or sorry, not OTW. Landry is talking about this over and over and over again. Hank,
it's no different for me than I actually
have you not seen this before, Hank? Did they flash you? Did the Men in Black flash you too much? Did you lose your memory?
Did you lose your quality microphone again?
So no, this is actually new territory for me. Truth or Cop.
Yeah, just like I don't understand Truth or Cop why you can't realize the fact that it would take 10 minutes to work some of this shit out, but these people they avoid it like hell, and somehow we're all supposed to exist in this space. And the way they do it is it's not just an innocent sort of we're just gonna roll with these people and then not roll with these people. It's collectivist. It's collectivism. So when I see that, I'm gonna call it out. And what's wrong with that?
And their collectivism falls apart with just a little bit of pressure. So it's not even that good collectivism. They're not really a threat to anyone.
So you want to work. You want to work together with people, but you want to see other groups fall apart. I mean, you're just trying to justify running
Dude,
your own cult.
okay, that made no sense. I've not had any interest in my own cult. I've been looking for partnerships.
That's all that you're saying. You want to like build a network out here,
I didn't
but
say
you
wanna
want to
build
see
a
other
network.
networks
The
fall apart
network's
because
already-
you want everyone's network to be centered around you.
That's totally just derailing everything I said and making up your own story. There's no
Yeah,
truth
really.
to that at all.
I
don't wanna lead
I
anybody.
know you don't know truth or cop. That's the point. You don't know.
I know. I just said I don't know.
So you're just here doing more of the same shit, like wasting time. So what do you think is a good option, right, in this space? You've been here so long. You just think we should all be lost and drunk for forever?
I think that you should do your material and
I
your
have been doing my
content,
material, dumbass dude. So just get real, or
but without
acknowledge the fact
having
that
to like continue this fucking
why
nonsense
why
loop
is that your right? to
and
tell-
playing
this is-
victim.
Okay, so it's all the same vocabulary, right? Playing victim, non-tent loop. It's words that you don't even think of on your own. They're just this
I
is
saw
you.
El Paro.
you're
I
looping.
saw El Paro pop up here, and I wanted to like speak in a language, the panel verse language we could understand, as clearly as possible.
So where were you today? Like, why are you here? Why not go say the same spiel to everyone else doing it? Why me?
No one was talking about. I was on a bunch of other panels today, and anyone talking about another person was on the panel.
I was at a strip club for an hour today because I was bored of this stuff, but I got bored of that too, so
Hank-
probably went in too early.
Hank, stay home. Dude. Do some inner work. Figure it
Yeah,
out.
I
Why don't you
did
do
a bunch of
inner
inner
work?
work, and I'm getting nowhere there either.
Yeah,
I'm
dude.
getting nowhere there
truth-
either.
truth or
Defend
cop,
her-
dude.
def-
What
oh,
inner
dude,
work are you doing?
Defend Paul's honor.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
mean,
defend
seriously.
Paul's honor.
Here's what bothers
Yes,
me.
he's a very pretty pussy. Yeah, sure.
Well, dude, if this is where it just fascinates me, right? Say I'm getting drunk right now, right? I was just drinking myself to death. We would have a horde of people just saying, "Oh my God, it's the worst thing in the world. That's so bad for your health, whatever." Because I'm not aligned with these people, right? We're not in alignment. I'm not kissing ass. But you, Truth or Cop, you get special treatment because you're aligned and you're kissing ass. So nobody's gonna call you up, but they'll call out Pizer whenever Pizer gets out of
Bro,
line.
you have no idea what I've been through.
I don't care what you've been through. I'm talking about today,
Yeah, I
here, right
know.
now. The same
But
way you don't
that's
care what's
okay.
happening
Good.
this week. So what you've been through is
yeah,
just as
right.
relevant.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying is these conversations have been had. Like
That's-
people have kind of come to an understanding about where people
What
are
a
at.
boring
and just
ass
like
way to
there's no
live,
need-
dude. What a way to oversimplify everything.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I agree.
El
with that.
Paro, let's rehash the Paul and Slave situation with the donations again.
So-
Yay!
Can you just fucking
Please,
just,
let's not.
go on speakerphone or something. Anything is better than this mic. It is insane. I mean, how many years have you been looping that mic?
Yeah, you and Brownsville should move in together and try to work on each other's tech issues.
Well, Pero's here. So Pero, how are you doing?
I'm well. How about yourself?
I'm doing good, man. There's obviously I believe sincerely in my heart that there's people here who they want to see people fail, right? And it's just sort of in their nature, and that's fine. They're willing to. I have no interest in stopping them from their desires. What I will do is continue to do what I can each day to try something new. This started out with AI animations, right? Oh, what's the problem with that? Why are you doing all this AI? Why are you leaning on the machines? The machines are bad. Okay, the machines are bad. Fine, cool. Let's go do some stuff IRL.
Well, according to your
Yeah,
words,
dead
because
silence.
they should do something better,
Dead silence. All up and down the land. Nobody to be seen. As soon as I jump back on for what? Fucking 30 minutes. Here comes Truth or Cop. Woo, woo, woo. Hey man, are you still doing this shit? Are you still fucking doing it? It's like, dude, get real. Dude, get real.
You did like a protest twice, and you have literally the real Joe Cool, and did cop-ups with Joe Cool.
Yeah, these people, they're just insatiable. They don't give a shit about the truth. They just want to find the sort of, as long as I'm criticizing them at all, they're going to pretend that this is the only thing that I'm doing. And that's fine,
Yeah.
because in their heads, they're right, because nobody's pushing back on them, which is the entire problem. I should be able to be cool with Pero and Hank right here, right now, and say, Hank, this thing you did today kind of pissed me off. Can we talk about that and get to resolution without just saying, "Oh, we don't question the group. We don't question the group." Oh, we've done that before.
And that's why I say
Yeah,
truth is
that's
just
not
a feeling.
entirely what's happening though. Like you guys are just building like you guys. Here I am like speaking these same tones. Like it's these general statements that leave your mouth. You guys are doing this. You guys are doing that. I don't want to like fall into that.
Yeah, I
It's
speak
like
about that quite a bit, Truther Cop. It's called the abyss.
you were talking about it earlier on Talcott. You came up there for a moment to say that. Yeah.
Yeah. People don't pay attention, do they, Truther? And it was about your video that I pointed it out. And yet you didn't even pay attention. At least that's what you just proved by your own admittance.
Mm-hmm. Anyhow,
I do appreciate that, though. I do.
I think we're all staring into the abyss a little bit on this fucking panel anytime we enter into it.
Sure, but there's definitely levels to it. There's definitely ways of doing it better. It's kind of like what do they call it? Like portion sizes. You want to, lower your portions a little bit.
Oh, you want me to spoon feed it to you? Okay.
No, I'm saying.
No one
Got
can
it.
feed me
I'll
at the
put it down.
garbage. I mean, you said I need to do inner work. What inner work can I possibly do further to give me
Hank,
progress? I can pretend
listen.
Snafu's accusations against me are correct, but there's nothing
I
I
don't
can do
need
from that
accusations
either.
against you, sir. The first time I ever saw you on panel, I said this to you. The first time I ever saw you many years ago, and I'm not going to get into the details. I was like, damn, dude, what the fuck? All right, so don't get me started, Hank. Do some inner work. We can all get better.
What inner work do I need to do? I can pretend Snafu's accusations against me is true.
You're right.
But there's
You're
no
right,
changes
Hank.
to
You've
make.
done
There's
a
nothing
lot
to
of inner
make.
work. You've done a lot of inner work. You've moved on beyond the torso, the sex torso. You haven't. God forbid it's still in there. I hope
Is this
you're
like the
throwing that away.
amygdala?
Yeah, it is like the amygdala.
Great. Let's.
They're back to my toys. You don't even know you don't even know the status of my toys.
Yeah. Well, here.
You think he's a mind reader? He thinks he knows all my assets. I don't even know all my assets. I didn't even do the accounting.
Why don't we do something like
He
this?
still has
Trader
it.
Cop?
He
Why
still
don't we
got
have
it.
a fucking
Still
conversation,
to this
right?
day.
Why not go there? Why not actually engage with each other? What inner work have you done? How has it been? Oh, we've actually done that before. We've done that before. Okay, cool, great. I'm not talking about before. I'm talking about right now. What inner work have you done? Where are you now that you weren't a year ago that you're proud of and happy to be? Humor me.
That'd be interesting.
I'm at peace with who I am. That's for sure. But I don't like go chasing around conversations anymore.
Okay, so what do you do?
Hang out myself.
You weren't just chasing a conversation with Hank in the torso?
No.
Didn't think so.
I mean,
He
El Perro was there
continued
for
down
that.
the road.
But
I
Pussy
warned
Paul
him.
and O'Shea was begging.
He kept it going down the road. I was telling him. He wanted to keep going, all right.
And
No,
were
you just
chasing it.
deflected from the damn question.
And
No,
you
I
were
didn't.
And you were chasing it, and that's what your intent in doing it. You were looking into the abyss instead of sticking to a good conversation like Landry just had.
You're right, El
And you
Perro. I could have
interrogated
done
again.
better. All right, what? I just said I could do better. Did it again. Straighten up, El Perro.
So, Clown Cod, are you here in good faith?
Of course, I'm here in good faith. I wouldn't be here in bad faith.
Okay. All right. Well,
You'd
so
be banned in your chat room, though. I noticed yesterday. I came over here, and I was hidden.
yeah,
I
that's
think he's
probably
just
true.
having problems with his account, just like you do. You have problems with your just the account, and it just doesn't work
I'm not
properly,
having
right?
any problems with my account, Hank. You're just making up lies. You're autistic.
Yeah, so why am I hitting
Continue.
your channel?
You're autistic, Hank. You'd lie.
Why
all
am
the
I hitting
time.
your channel? I thought
don't
it was
know.
just an account problem, right? That's what
Hey,
you
I
said.
think it was. I have multiple channels, Hank.
What I
Okay.
wanna know-
So Landry's having account problems too.
Hank, which channel are you speaking about?
All of them. Both El Diablo,
And why do you have
Radio,
sunglasses
International.
on? You keep asking. You're not banned on all of my channels. There's no way.
I'm hidden on all your channels. There's
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
All
who
right.
cares about that? Let's get back to on track. TC.
Well, Landry, I want to congratulate you. You did go outside. So congratulations. You went outside. You went
Thank you.
outside.
Thank
you
you.
did go outside. On my old channel that's hidden right now, I have tons of hours of me hiking through the woods. So yes, I do have legs. You
Yeah,
just
he was
haven't
by
seen
a
them.
tree in like a couple of his videos. I've seen him. Anyways,
Yeah.
Landry, what you got? I got to get out of
Anyways,
here.
Landry,
What-
why are you so sensitive
He's
though,
about
about
to take it
OGW?
over. He's going to
Seems like-
do it. He's going to do it.
I want to
Who's
look
in-
into your so-called emerald eyes. Let's see those eyes. Let's see if they're actually emerald,
I
not
know
black.
you'd love to because you're gay, Hank. You're bisexual.
Sure, let's
You're not
go
gonna-
with that.
I'm not
Let's
going to
look.
let you look into
There-
my eyes.
Turn
He
your
went
camera
to
on.
he
Here we
went
got-
to a strip club. We know he's bisexual.
Here's the deal, though. You know, if we can't realize sort of the opportunity here, right? We could do a competition. Always down for competition. We could do a different idea, something new, something unique. We could brainstorm. There's a ton of options here that aren't sitting on a damn panel of 10 people with our thumbs up our asses. So either humor me or don't, you know, and you know, you don't have to really come back and tell me all these things and your horrible mic quality, and they go nowhere because you just sound exhausted. You sound not willing to even entertain these ideas. You don't sound even the slight bit interested. So I know you've had experiences protesting and going all those things. Are you just black-pilled now? You gave up on it, or what's your stance?
Are you talking to me? I thought you were talking to
Yeah,
Steven the whole time.
I'm talking to you. No, Steven.
I thought you backstage Steven and you're talking shit about him. What were you saying?
I was talking to you. Okay, I
You're
was
saying
just
something
saying,
about me?
it's not about you. It's an extending an offer, right? To where at the end of the day, what is the main goal for you here? Is it numbers? Is it friendship? Is it community? Is it truth?
As far as the panel verse goes, it's not like I have like a motto. You know, I guess truth has always been my, what I seek. But
Why
is
the
truth?
fuck would you kick me off like that? What kind of move is that?
It's
well,
just
he
a
was trying
move
to
of
talk
what-
shit about me, but I thought he was trying to talk shit about you. He kicked you, and then he started talking shit. I thought it was about you.
You
It made you
never
think it
here
was
we
kicks
go,
Hank, no matter what shit Hank starts. I notice. Feels sorry for Hank. Or are you
I don't
gay?
feel sorry for.
Are
Didn't you
you
watch yesterday's
bisexual or
show?
something?
He kicked
Hank is
me
bi.
freaking here, pussy
And
Paul.
he talks
So you're-
over the whole time. He
pay
just
attention.
interrupts and talks over.
Dude, you just sound depressed, Steven. You sound upset.
I'm not depressed. I
Okay,
just woke
well-
up from a nap, dude. You should
Okay.
hear the way you sound. You sound like a monotone guy that's on suicide watch, for fuck's sakes. You sound like you're gonna jump off a bridge. You have the audacity to
All right, what were you saying, man? What do you want to know?
Come on, dude. I'm not trying to backstage you, but you wouldn't do this on Talcots.
dude. You should hear the way you sound. You sound like a monotone guy that's on suicide watch, for fuck's sakes. You sound like you're gonna jump off a bridge. You have the audacity to
All right, what were you saying, man? What do you want to know?
Come on, dude. I'm not trying to backstage you, but you wouldn't do this on Talcots.
Are you talking to me now or him?
Actually, we'll probably just him. Just him. You would do this.
Oh. Yes, I'm black belt. Who? Go back to the other comment you just pulled up, please. Por favor. That which
Which one?
is. Maybe TC Moose and Rose are paid to support momentum on this platform.
Hello, 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 everyone. Hello, 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 everyone. Hello. It's showtime. It's showtime. Hello. Hello, my niggas. Hello. Hello, my niggas. Hello, my niggas. Hello, my niggas. Smile, laugh, and sing. Let's go, my niggas. Let's go. Let's go, my niggas. Let's go. Let's go. Where's my super fan? There he is. Here's one of them. There's another one. Sneaky snake. Sneaky snake. And there's Damon Landry. Damon Landry. Oh, I'm just blinking. That's the way my eyes look when I blink. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Hello, everyone. Hello, Anafe. Hello, Anthony. YouTube changed its system the way it shows names in the live stream chat. I don't know why they do that. They're always messing around, making things worse on YouTube. They should just leave certain things alone, but they don't do that, of course. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. What kind of move is that?
It's
Well,
just
he
a
was trying
move
to
of
talk shit about me, but I thought, I guess truth has always been my, what I seek. But
Why
what
the
is truth?
fuck would you kick me off like that? What kind of move is that?
It's
well,
just
he
a
was
move
trying to
of
talk
what-
shit about me, but I thought he was trying to talk shit about you. He kicked you, and then he started talking shit. I thought it was about you.
You
It made you
never
think
go,
it
kicks
was
go,
Hank, no matter what shit Hank starts. I notice it. Feels sorry for Hank. Are you
I don't
gay?
feel sorry for.
Are
Didn't
you
you watch yesterday's
bisexual or
show?
something?
He kicked
Hank is
me
bi,
freaking here, pussy
and he
Paul.
talks
So you're
over the whole time. He
pay
just
attention.
interrupts and talks over.
Dude, you just sound depressed, Steven. You sound upset.
I'm not depressed. I
Okay,
just woke
well-
up from a nap, dude. You should hear
Okay.
the way you sound. You sound like a monotone guy that's on suicide watch, for fuck's sakes. You sound like you're gonna jump off a bridge. You have the audacity to see. He couldn't take it. He kicked me because he couldn't take it, because it's true. You sound like a monotone guy that's ready to jump off a bridge. He kicked me off. He couldn't handle that. He couldn't take it. Look at Hank laughing away like a demon, like an autistic demon. Look at Hank covering his face. Landry can't handle hearing the truth. That's the way you sound, Landry. Every day.
All right, what were you saying, man? What do you want to know?
Come on, dude. I'm not trying to backstage you, but you wouldn't do this on Talcots.
Are you talking to me now or him?
Actually, probably just him. Just him. You would do this.
Oh. Yes, I'm black belt. Who? Go back to the other comment you just pulled up, please. Por favor. That which
Which one?
is. Maybe TC Moose and Rose are paid to support momentum on this platform. So that which is one of the few people who actually saw me live way back then, found this whole panel verse because of my pursuits and what I do. And was one of the few people that donated to me during that time when I had super chats activated for
Landry is always depressed and projecting. And you notice it all goes back to money with them. They remember who donated, and it's just stupid, man. The whole Panelverse thing is just shit. Just absolute shit. It's retarded. That's what it is. It's retarded. Absolutely stupid. It's absolutely stupid. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. You have me blocked on your channel. Dumb move.
Historic courthouse. All right, that's always fun, right? But yeah, once we get over this little hump down here, we're going to get to the view of the water, which is the main reason why we're here, to get some nice shots of the water, because this is all essentially going to just be the best way for me to figure out what works best for the footage. I think I like I like better the chest than the head. The head is like so much sky, and if I looked up, it would take the shot totally off track. So we got to get a nice shot of this, right? Always got to be 33. You got a little book. I love these things. There's never anything good in there, but crosswords. Is it a Bible? Yep, about right. Is it a Bible with lots of bookmarks? Okay. Seahorses. Right on. What's so amazing about grace? You tell me, God.
So he's another slave. He's a believer in an evil God. He's a loser. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. You have me blocked on your channel. Dumb move.
Historic courthouse. All right, that's always fun, right? But yeah, once we get over this little hump down here, we're going to get to the view of the water, which is the main reason why we're here, to get some nice shots of the water, because this is all essentially going to just be the best way for me to figure out what works best for the footage. I think I like I like better the chest than the head. The head is like so much sky, and if I looked up, it would take the shot totally off track. So we got to get a nice shot of this, right? Always got to be 33. You got a little book. I love these things. There's never anything good in there, but crosswords. Is it a Bible? Yep, about right. Is it a Bible with lots of bookmarks? Okay. Seahorses. Right on. What's so amazing about grace? You tell me, God.
So he's another slave. He's a believer in an evil God. He's a loser. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. You have me blocked on your channel. Hello, everyone. Just give me a second. Just give me a second, y'all. There was a shit stream earlier. The mundane, boring torture realm. Joshua S. John had this shitty live stream earlier. It was a real shit stream.
I think it's a common thing that people who are actually intelligent find themselves extremely bored in this place. It's extremely boring. I've been wrestling with that forever, basically. And really the only outlet I have is like artistic things, but even that gets kind of boring because it's still so limiting. Howdy, howdy. How do we escape this place? Well, no one really knows, do they? No one really knows, but the only thing you can know is insert answer in the blank. Josh, what do you do to cope here? Well, you see what I'm doing right now. I'm extremely bored. There's nothing to do. Anything that I used to find like entertaining or interesting has kind of lost everything. Like I really can't fully enjoy anything anymore. So what I really like is having stimulating conversations with other people who are aware of these things. So you're looking at it right now. Hopefully somebody will come on. Yes, boring, and the majority are rude. Yes. Oh, we got somebody. Met Finkel with the AI profile. What's up?
Hey, psychopath. What's up?
You just can't
What's
leave
up,
me alone,
psychopath?
can you? Why are you so obsessing over me?
I'm not obsessed with you. Your first comment was...
Do you not respect boundaries?
Listen, your first comment to me was saying I harass people and stalk people. You lied about me in your very
You're
first
kind of doing
comment.
that right now, man.
I know you're a
I
demon.
told you
I
that I have boundaries, and I don't want you in my life. Yet
Screw
you
your
keep,
boundaries. You're a wimp.
Yet you keep coming on, trying to sneak on, man. Can you get the hint? I don't like you. I don't want you around me.
Oh, you don't like me?
So quit trying to sneak on my stream and ruin it and make it all about you, because that's all you can do is make it all about you all the time.
No, that's not true.
All right, well, enjoy your time in Hell
Go
Realm.
cry and be bored the rest of the day. Cry baby. Boo hoo hoo. Cry victim. Play the victim.
I'm not crying.
That's what you do.
I'm not crying.
I'm so bored.
It's true. I'm bored. What's wrong with that? I'm so freaking bored.
Stripe said Metafinkel in the house. Have a conversation with Metafinkel. He can't. He can't do that.
All right, you got 1 minute. Go ahead.
All right. I think that bored people are boring. I think that that's your own issue. If you don't have an imagination, you don't have a way to entertain yourself. There's millions of things that are interesting to look into, to think about, to talk about. I think you're a boring person. I think you're a weirdo. When you're invited on my stream, you tried to make it all about you, playing music, keyboards, and stuff like that. You wouldn't answer questions. You're a truth dodger. I don't think you're a truth seeker. I think you are very boring. And I think you lie about people. You support psychopaths that make violent threats. You've done a lot of things to cause me to be against you, and you admit to none of it. You're not honest.
And do
You
you
play
realize
innocent.
everything that you're saying is a projection of yourself?
No, it's you. You support Derek Green Wizard. He's violent. He made threats. You supported him. I remember your comments back then. I saw what you are years ago, and you are exactly
Well,
what
great.
people
That's
see.
great because no one believes you and you're a liar. So
Yeah, I don't
keep
care
in
if
your
no one believes me.
fantasy
I know what
land.
you are.
Keep
I
in
know
your
what you
fantasy
are.
land.
You're a demon.
No, I'm not. You're a
You're a
psychopath.
demon. You're a psycho. You're a demon.
All right. Well, there's your 1 minute.
All right. Well, stay
Thanks.
bored, fucking loser.
Thanks
You're
for
a
entertaining
demon.
us.
You're a demon.
Goodbye.
I don't support demons. You're a demon.
You're just projecting. That's all you're
No,
doing.
you're a demon.
You're projecting.
Not at all. I see right through you, bitch.
No one takes you seriously because they
You
can
lied
see who
about
you
me
are.
from day one. You're a liar.
Look at your whole channel is you lying about people.
Day one.
You're
Not at all.
such a projector.
I'm not
All
lying
you
about
want is
people.
drama and chaos.
Bullshit.
All right, goodbye. You had your chance.
Bye, loser. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye, demon.
Goodbye.
Loser. He's a loser.
Goodbye. You still won't leave. See? You
He's
still
a
won't leave.
loser.
Now, everyone who's intelligent enough knows that he's a projector, and all he does is bring drama and chaos in everyone's life. And when people set boundaries and say, hey, I don't like the abuse and the harassment, I'm going to go over here. Why don't you leave me alone? He can't even do that. What's up, London man? You there? The thing is, what I was saying is, highly intelligent people are bored with this life. That's just a fact. I have a great imagination, and that's why I'm so bored. It's because my imagination expects so much more out of this life, and it's nowhere to be found. And I don't go around harassing people, gaslighting them, telling them that, oh, you're just bored because you're a boring person. No, I'm a very creative person. I find this realm extremely boring and limiting. That's the truth. I was trying to have a good time. Anyways, hey, what's up, KJV? You there? Another way to put it is, instead of bored, just no longer amused with this fixed reality simulation. I'm not bored, just ain't amused anymore. Like, all movies are quite lame and mostly green screen. If you look real close, his Soul Trap ideology is the demon's dad story. I don't know what that means. So, I've dealt with highly narcissistic, psychopathic people my entire life. And they're the reason why this life is so horrendous. They're part of the reason. Hey, what's up?
Hello. You hear me?
I can. What's going on?
Nothing. Just bored. Like
I am too.
I don't know. I suppose I should say I have a lack of imagination. Sorry.
Yeah, it's your fault that you're put in a boring psychopathic realm.
I don't even know who that guy is, but
He's just a projector. He wants attention.
nor do I want to.
He always tries to sneak on here, try to ruin things for everybody.
Mic check. Is that any better?
KJV, what's up?
What's happening, gentlemen? How we doing?
It's a long time since we were on Ian's channel.
I know.
Years ago.
I know. It's been a while, my friend. I've been watching you rock out over here with Josh. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work,
Great
man.
work.
Yeah.
Hey, I thought I'd jump on because I'm bored. Right?
You just lack an imagination, man. That's all. It's your fault.
Yeah, I'm bored. Crazy. Hey, I heard a lot of projection earlier. What's going on with
Yeah,
this world?
that's all he does. So I mean, no one takes him seriously anymore. So he's only lying to himself and his little like 10 followers.
You're being too generous.
Most of them are probably him and like alternate accounts too. So the thing is, see, this is what he always does. He always
10 followers. Most are probably him, alt accounts, just more lies. More lies from Joshua. More lies and more lies and more lies. El Diablo count has about 550 subs. It's a fairly new channel. 550 subs. It's not 10 people. It's not 10 people. And I don't have any alt accounts. Piece of shit.
turns conversations into him. And I'm sick of it. I don't want to talk about him. Like he's of this realm.
You're of this realm, you fucking loser. You're the one that turns conversations to talking about me. You talk about me whether I'm there or not.
Everything he does is just like what this realm does, yet he says I'm some kind of
You're being too generous.
most of them are probably him and like alternate accounts too. So the thing is, see, this is what he always does. He always turns conversations into him. And I'm sick of it. I don't want to talk about him. Like he's of this realm. Everything he does is just like what this realm does, yet he says I'm some kind of spirit that's trying to help people by harassing them and putting them down and making fun of them. And it's just like, dude, get the fuck away from me.
Yeah, his very first comment, he said I was harassing people when my channel, The Sanity Machine, was brand new. That's his go-to. You're harassing people. You're full of shit. You don't even know what harassment means.
Isn't that how it always goes in this world? It's like, leave me alone, and then they just can't keep following.
Yeah, they just can't help themselves. They
It's
just
like-
need it.
As an I was gonna leave them alone. That voice is fucking horrible.
It's like government. It's like, leave me alone. It's like, no, we own you. You need.
It's nothing like government. Why does your avatar look like a fucking demon? Your red and black you-know-who avatar looks demonic. Maybe there's a reason for that. And Joshua has prisoner of flesh. Very strange. With a family. He doesn't have a family. But that's his avatar. Prisoner of flesh showing a family kissing a baby. How creepy for someone that doesn't have a baby. You're a fucking gingy weirdo. And KJV is not a white man. He's using a white man as his avatar, pretending to be white.
Need to do what we tell you. You just can't walk away from this. Are you crazy?
It's just ridiculous. It's that's like someone who I'm trying to be nice here, but
I know exactly what you want to say. It's almost like a toxic girlfriend, right? That won't leave you alone.
Exactly.
You've made it clear. You've made it so clear to the point where it's out of hand now, right? You got to start calling the police because you don't want to put hands on her when she's in your property. Right?
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna call the police, but it's like,
oh no, we don't do that over here. We don't call people's parents or the police on them, right? We don't do those type of
I'm
things.
gonna go tattletale on you.
Yeah.
He's not giving me attention, so I'm gonna go tell on you.
yeah, it's just a lot of us have grown past those childish things and are seeking things higher than that.
Mm-hmm.
So here we are.
You're seeking things higher, really. You're going to be sealed in this realm for all the lies and shit that you've pulled. You're staying here, fucking demons.
Yes, I mean, of lately, you know, everything seems like it's coming at full speed, you know, with, I would say, the invasion of something, right? The invasion of something, whether it's AI or visitors from out of space or crazy people, right? Everything's coming full speed. Do you think they're planning something? What's going on?
Well, they're always up to something, right? So I think here's one of the things I think. They want to drive you absolutely insane and get you to mimic all the other psych patients in this lunacy bin. The thing that you do is you separate from the way they act and from the way they want you to react. And you become a fucking sovereign individual and reject chaos, like that kind of chaotic behavior. Reject lunacy where you want to be a psychopathic leech on other people's lives. It's sickening to me.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you can tell people are not content or happy with where they are in life, right? So they'll try to bring other people down to their level, you know, just to irritate people because they're having a bad day or they're having a bad existence, more or less, right?
Yeah, I mean, and I think we're all having a bad existence. But here's the thing, that doesn't mean that you should purposefully, maliciously make other people's existence a living hell just because you're bored or just because you feel hurt or this life has done you wrong or you're in some kind of prison planet. Okay, you know what? We're all here. Why are you taking it out on innocent people who are just trying to figure this shit out too? You could be wrong. Who cares? Let people think what they want to think.
Mm-hmm. That's it. Let people think what they want to think. Everyone's going to be on their own journey at the end of the day, different perspective. You know, there is some people.
Demons always constantly agree with each other. They'll sit there and that's it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's just it's an agreement fest. They always agree with each other on everything.
That resonate with one another, you know, they see it for exactly for what it is.
Resonate.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, you know, as long as you're not bringing harm to anybody. But for the most part of it, we're on our own journey.
Yeah. And they want us to think, okay, you have to be around only people who think exactly like you do. And if you hear anybody say anything that goes against what you believe in, they're your enemy now. They're your enemy. It's like, we can all come to the table with our own ideas and talk about them. At the end of the day, it's a personal journey. Take all the information. What do you think? And now follow that. Quit looking for other people to be your guru or your teacher or to belong to some sort of group, and just become like an individual sovereign entity.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't always say it, but I've said it a few times, right, to people on the Panelverse that, you know, frequently visits my channels. I say to people, look, when you see me, you know, like leaving the ground, so to speak, like not being grounded, let me know, bring me back to reality, right? Don't let me just sit up here running my mouth like I'm untouchable and all these things, right? Like, we can all shoot the shit from time to time, right? But you know, then there's some people, they need to be told, hey, you're doing too much up there, tone it down a bit and stick to the script, right? And I think some people, they don't even have people around them that do that. Everything they say is good, like nothing's wrong. There's nothing wrong with what they say, right? So they don't get pushback from their own community. Like, people would encourage their behavior instead of saying, hey, look, you're going a bit too far with this now. I think you should wheel it in a bit.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I can see that.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we can't see it from their point of view, right? We might think we're flying straight when we could be actually veering to the left. And this is why I say to my people, let me know when you think I'm doing too much, or, you know, I need to be told to tone it down a bit. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's extremely fair. I mean, we shouldn't be people pleasing, but we should see people see what we don't see about ourselves sometimes, because we have a lot of blind spots. We may not realize certain things that we're doing, and that's why it's good to get feedback. Hey, this way you said this or that, or you did this, or you're acting like this. Think about that. Oh, let me think about that. Hold on, let me think about that. Okay, I didn't realize that. Huh? What? Hey, what do you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes
But also, you got people who purposely try to throw you off base. So you got to be wary about some people, about criticism. You got to actually go within and think about it first.
sometimes you need somebody to tell you to shut the fuck up. That's just reality. And that happened a couple times to me, and I was justified. Sometimes you just have something in your head and it just keeps going and going and going. You can't just, I don't know, for some reason you can't let it go until somebody says, like, dude, it's like, is this all you're going to do the rest of your life? Just obsess about this one incident? Or
Yeah, because that's like the psychotic loop in our minds. Our mind just wants to keep looping the same thing over and over again until someone's like, hey, shut the fuck up, wake the fuck up. Like, oh shit, you broke me out of my spell. Thank you.
What pisses me off the most is people who can't drive. For some reason, that just, it irritates me so. It's like some guy, like a couple months ago, I was like driving out of a parking space, and I was like, I saw nobody, so I made
a guy a couple months ago. He's worried about something that happened in a parking lot a couple months ago. Zombies are always like this. They have road rage. One of the only things that pisses them off about this realm is how other people drive. They don't care about the suffering, the evil. This is what pisses them off. Fucking losers.
Made like a turn, and all of a sudden some guy, he just drives into the street and he just stands there like for 5 minutes, and I'm just waiting. Like the road is clear. I'm like maybe a little bit on the road, but like it's not even a full line. You can just pass whatever you want. He's just sitting there, blocking me from leaving. And he's like making all sorts of gestures towards me. He's like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like looking around like, is this guy, can't this guy go anywhere or something? And it's like, he's just sitting there looking at me.
He's there just to piss you off.
Yeah, it's like you start gaslighting. You said, like, am I at fault here? It's like, am I the problem here? Or what the fuck is this guy's problem? It's like, just fucking move. I don't know. And then I have to deal with that for 2 months. Like, for some reason, it just keeps bringing it up again and pissing me off.
From my own experience, I really think things happen specifically to people just to piss them off. Like, it's not like a random occurrence. Not
no, I don't think that, but
like, I've seen it all the time, and I've had other people say it too. Like, specific things that only specifically you would find offensive or like annoying happen constantly over and over again until you cut that cord and like, okay, I'm not gonna get pissed off that anymore.
I don't think so. It's like, this isn't just one individual who's a retard. It's like pretty much 3/4 of humanity are fucking retarded. And like, if they come across a solution, a problem, they just freeze for some reason. There's like there's oh no, I can't cross the line for some reason. I don't know what this guy was thinking. But somehow he thought that just standing there for 5 minutes, like sitting in his car for 5 minutes, that was a good idea. Instead of just passing me. It's like I wasn't moving, I was just waiting.
What do you think about gang stalking? Do you believe that, or
No.
it's all just crazy
I
talk?
think, yeah, to be honest, I'm probably going to offend some people, but I think that's just in your head, to be honest. And I'm not saying that people aren't harassed or anything, but as far as I can tell, all the people that I've heard talk about or complain about anything, but as far as
More.
I don't think so. It's like, this isn't just one individual who's a retard. It's like pretty much 3/4 of humanity are fucking retarded. And like if they come across a solution, a problem, they just freeze for some reason. There's like there's oh no, I can't cross the line for some reason. I don't know what this guy was thinking. But somehow he thought that just standing there for 5 minutes, like sitting in his car for 5 minutes, that was a good idea. Instead of just passing me. It's like I wasn't moving, I was just waiting.
What do you think about gang stalking? Do you believe that, or
No.
it's all just crazy
I
talk?
think, yeah, to be honest, I'm probably going to offend some people, but I think that's just in your head, to be honest. And I'm not saying that people aren't harassed or anything, but as far as I can tell, all the people that I've heard talk about or complain about gang stalking are crazy, in my opinion. Like, just because somebody's tail light is out doesn't mean the AI is fucking with you, okay? It's
Yeah,
like
I can see
what
both sides
AI,
of it.
the thing, wait. So if you think that people are actually investing that amount of time to fuck with you, you are not that important. You are not important. You do not exist to these people. Nobody fucking cares about you. Nobody cares enough to fuck with you. That's the reality.
Yeah, there's a deeper layer that's like it's a spiritual thing. It's not really like they don't actually know what they're doing. They're being like controlled from the spiritual aspect realm, and things line up specifically in sequence and synchronicity. So it's not like they can't just all come together and be like, hey, we're gonna go do this thing to this guy. It's more of like a metaphysical alignment of things
A lot
happening.
of people claim, even you were just you were joking about it, but it's like about that old lady. She's like meeting her handlers and
it
stuff.
seemed like it was, but I know for sure she wasn't like intentionally doing that. But it just seemed like it was all synced up like perfectly. She wasn't like just waiting on me to get up there.
Yeah, I don't.
It's more like a simulation, like synchronicity thing.
You know, if you owe the government or somebody money, for sure they're gonna fucking fuck with you and try to get their money and harass you with all sorts of stuff. But that's your own fault. If you antagonize somebody, the chances are, or if you just refuse to cooperate, even if it's wrong to do so. I mean, if you try to fuck with the government, they're gonna fuck with you. That's the way I see it. It's like you probably made that happen on your own just by trying to be an outlaw or whatever you want to call it. It's like trying to not cooperate or just being difficult. That's just the worst idea to do with government, because they have all the finances and the funds to fuck with you as much as they want, really. But only if you go first, because they don't know you exist.
What if they do know you exist? See, because I see this world isn't as real as they've told us it is, and all of us are actually very special, and that's why we're here. We're not special and like, oh, you're like a special little puppy dog. We're not from this place. We don't originate here, and there's shit happening to purposefully like push us off our path of realizing what this place is, getting us in those triggerable states, like what happened earlier in this stream. Like these, it's like a spiritual warfare in a way
Yeah, but we're not talking about higher spiritual beings or whatever. We're just talking about regular humans.
Yeah, so
Who
these
are
humans can be
harassing you.
pawns. They can be pawns
Mm.
in these higher spiritual games to fuck with you.
Well, I'm not saying that government or whatever or people don't harass people or gang stalk them. It's just most people that I've heard that claim that that's happening to them, I don't believe them. I think they're just crazy and just think everything is directed at them when it's like me with that car thing. Like that guy was just a retard. There was nothing.
A lot
There's
of times
nothing
you can
other.
explain
There is
this,
nothing
that guy
more
was
to
just a
think
retard.
about. It's like that's
Much.
just.
My check.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, much better. I changed my mic, but I had to move locations in the house, so I hope you can hear me better. But yeah, what exactly is this gang stalking stuff? I've heard it, but I haven't really paid attention to it. Is it in the name, like people, a gang stalking people?
Well, from my understanding,
London McDouchebag claims to be a truther for years. He doesn't even know what gang stalking is. I've heard it, but I don't know what gang stalking is. Can you tell me what gang stalking is? I don't know what it is.
I'll say my understanding of it from what I've gathered. So, being in this realm, we all are targeted individuals because we've been targeted, enslaved, and put in bondage our entire lives. And there's a agenda that is never ceasing to indoctrinate you, to program you, to make you weak, and to keep you enslaved for your entire life. So on a large scale, we're all being gang stalked by this force. And then there's the simulation aspect of it where it's not physically necessarily happening. It's more of a metaphysical, spiritual realm thing where they can line up events, synchronize things, like in a simulation type environment, to purposefully fuck with you. And then there's also like voice to skull technology where they can shoot voices into your head, make you feel like you're going crazy hearing voices. And they target you by poisoning you, which we're all being poisoned. I mean, that's just a fact. I mean, it's like the macro and the micro aspect of it. So more people are more heavily targeted than others, supposedly. But ultimately, we're all being targeted. That's just a fact.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just saying, like, individually, I don't think it is as bad as a lot of people try to make out. But for sure.
Not as bad as what to be. And this guy's a fucking weirdo, man. Complete weirdo. It's difficult to listen to this because of his voice and because of the way they try to justify this hell realm. That's what they do.
Or like media and all that stuff, that's all designed to change your perception of reality, for sure.
And of course, you got your crazy people, maybe who are like mentally unstable, which I'm not blaming them. I mean, this is a fucked up world. And you also have people who are doing it for money, who get paid to like make videos, and probably even like paid agents to further this look of certain people. There are people doing it for the wrong intentions, basically. That's all I gotta know. People who are doing it for the right intentions and the wrong intentions. And a lot of times you find people doing things for the wrong intentions, which is money or, internet clout, or they're working for somebody.
Yeah, what is it called? Like can't think of the name. Like people who work for money to...
A shill?
Paid agent?
Yeah, paid agents, like for sure. No doubt that exists. Like people will do anything for money. I was just distracted by the chat here.
Yeah.
I'm grossly misinformed with my opinion and judgment.
Yeah, on average
I'm
Joe,
not-
he claims he's a targeted individual, I think, right? So
What, me?
no, that this guy.
An average Joe? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, please enlighten me as to how you are being gang stalked. And I'm not. I didn't even say that it was all in people. I said in a lot of people's heads it is, sure, but some people who have said things or antagonized the government or your local whatever utilities company, or sure, everybody's targeted in a way, but I'm talking about like literally individually people meeting up, having a meeting as like, how can we fuck with this specific guy? I don't think that happens as much as you think it will does. I don't really see who has the time or wants to put in the effort to fuck with somebody who doesn't matter. And of course, people are gonna think, "Oh, what are you saying? I don't matter." Yes, you don't. You don't. I'm sorry, but that's just. I don't matter.
You matter to me.
Well, I matter to some people, but not to the people. You know.
Hey, Assume Self, welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
Good to have you on finally. Feel free to jump in and say whatever you need to say.
I will. So first I'm driving, but so it may be a little chaotic, but I'm almost home, and I've never done something like this before. So I'm just putting that out there. But how's everybody doing?
We're glad
Good.
that you're here. Thanks for doing
thanks.
this and
Yeah, no problem.
putting yourself out there. Because you leave
thanks.
such great comments. So
Oh, not in my own head, of course. I think they're terrible and stupid, but thank you.
you gotta leave them up. Leave them up.
I know. I'm trying. But I think, as far as like the gang stalking thing, I think I kind of agree. I can't see because I'm driving, but with what was it? Uno who? Is that how you say that? Sorry. I think that's who was talking, but that it doesn't happen on the scale that people think it does, right? Like, there are definitely people who think they're in the parking lot of a grocery store and they're like, that guy just pulled out in front of me. Like, I'm not sure how much that really happens. And if you're going about the world with that perception, it's almost like somebody constantly thinking people are being racist against them or something like that, or like anti-woman, like something, right? Like if you're looking at the world through that lens, you're going to think that is happening all the time, right? But on that same note, I think it probably does happen to some people just to cause the churn, to make us talk about it, to make people feel like they're crazy, like, and then to tell that story, right? So I think it's kind of a mixed bag. And then of course there's the whole overall, like, manipulating of us and all that kind of stuff, sure, but like, so I don't know. But then going to like synchronicities, like that one that happened to you the other day, I had one where I got fired. This was a couple of years ago. I got fired from a job that I had for 10 years. It was a job that my ex-husband had helped me get, and we had gotten divorced during that time. But the day that I got fired was also my oldest daughter's birthday, and I was driving in the car to go pick her up or do something like that. I saw the delivery truck of the same company that my ex-husband had been working at at that time drive in front of me at a stoplight. The last song that played at our wedding reception played on the radio at that moment. Like, it was insane. I don't even know what to think about it still, but so I don't know what all of that is. Gang stalking, synchronicities, you know what I mean? But it obviously does happen at some level, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing. Synchronicity and gang stalking go hand in hand. I mean, I'm not trying to say it's gang stalking officially what people say it is, or synchronicity is officially what people say it is.
Mm-hmm.
Just something is happening to line up synchronistic events all the time.
And think about everything that has to take place timing wise in everybody's life to make these things happen. Had I been a minute later that day, would I have heard the song, or was it all just generated in the moment? I don't know, right? And that shit happens to me all the time. But also, we aren't like when people think it's happening to them, I do agree with like we are important on a whole spiritual realm, whatever, whatever you were saying, Josh. Excuse me. We are important. So there's a reason we're manipulated and suffer, we have to suffer and all that. But thinking you're constantly getting gang stalked is the equivalent of like when you had to buy weed in high school and you're like, you thought the drug dealer or the police were listening to your phone call. Like, give me a break. Nobody's listening, right? Like we aren't that important, right? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But you never know, do you? That's the thing. The thing is, don't go fucking crazy. That's the thing. Don't let them drive you mad.
Exactly.
You gotta have some stability.
Exactly. And I think so. I know, probably from my comments, I have kids, which is a really interesting.
So she goes into her kids. Good point. Peter Steele's ghost, the Green Man. Anyway, yeah, Demon Slayer claims that he was paid $100,000 to make 100 videos about me. It's a possibility. It's a possibility that could be true, but they're a liar. So they call me a liar, but they're a liar. There's so many demon games going on. Chrissy Sedaris, he might be living off inheritance from his mother. He doesn't seem to work anymore at all. I think Sedaris has been not working for 5 or 6 months or more, however long it's been since his mother passed away. So maybe she left him inheritance, or maybe he's been paid to make videos, and he's made videos about me recently as well. So yeah, there is something going on where they don't seem to work and they have money. So there is something to that. And just on that level, I'm not going to go deeper into it tonight because I'm kind of tired, but to the other people that are tuned in, it's showing 15 watching. That's what you should think about. How are they making a living when they're not retired? Okay, they're not retired. What are they doing for money? How come they're on YouTube all the time? They don't work. They're on here all the time. So where are they getting their money for software, for AI, registering AI and all sorts of things that can cost hundreds of dollars a month just for AI? How are they getting the money for that? Who's funding them? Who's funding them is a question people should ask. Oh, look who's back on his show. Look at this.
Avatar, but that doesn't mean I'm red pill or anything.
Yeah, it's pretty understandable.
Supposedly black pill is for incels, I guess. That's what it told me.
Yeah, but I'm a mix between black pill and red pill, so it's basically the truth.
Yeah.
So tell us what that means, in your opinion.
Well, I think being black pill means that you understand everything, basically. And since you're black pilled, you kind of know more knowledge than the red pill. So it's like you just gain more wisdom by having the name be black pill. So it makes me feel smarter.
I see.
It makes them feel smarter. They don't even laugh at that. They you can't make this shit up. Demons love freaks. They really do. I'm surprised he's not wearing his pink little dress and drawing hearts on his hand and painting his fingernails in this one. Like a pretty pink little princess, as he called himself. Look at this. Makes him feel smarter. And they accept that because these demons just love to accept ridiculous shit and freaks.
So according to this AI here. It says black pill refers to a belief system terrorist who's gonna come back and be an anti-Semite and fucking try to destroy us like they always do. You can already see the whole narrative forming.
Yeah, the assumed self got gang stalked again. Hey, you're back.
Yes, sorry, somebody called me, but which that's I think what's. Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I think when somebody calls me, for some reason the audio gets cut off. I don't know why, but anyway, so I don't know what was said. Sorry.
I don't even remember what I said.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, sorry.
Hello.
Hey, welcome.
Oh, now you're black pilled. Last time you were only red pilled. Okay.
Yeah, the pills keep changing.
I'm black pilled this time.
I had to actually look that up. What that exactly that means, black pilled, because I don't ascribe to any of these labels, to be honest. Like, even though I have a red avatar, but that doesn't mean I'm red pilled or anything.
Yeah, it's pretty understandable.
Suppose the black pill is for incels, I guess. That's what it told me.
Yeah, but I'm a mix between black pill and red pill, so it's basically the truth.
So tell us what that means, in your opinion.
Well, I think being black pill means that you understand everything, basically. And since you're black pilled, you kind of know more knowledge than the red pill, so it's like you just gain more wisdom by having the name be black pill. So it makes me feel smarter.
I see.
So according to this AI here, it says black pilled refers to a belief system within the incel community that views their inability to form romantic relationships as a fixed biological condition, often leading to feelings of hopelessness and despair. This ideology promotes a fatalistic outlook on life, suggesting that societal structures are unchangeable and that individuals are powerless against them. Okay, I agree with that last part.
Which is true. Well, I was going to say, because having kids prevents me from living in the black pilled space. Like I can't, right? That's what I was trying to kind of say earlier. But no, I think that's an accurate definition.
I don't agree with that first part.
About what?
About the incel stuff.
Oh, yeah. I don't know about that. Yeah.
I don't see.
Not that part, no.
So it says that views their inability to form romantic relationship as a fixed biological condition.
I think they blame it. That's saying incels blame it on everything but themselves, maybe.
Sure. That's the way I'm seeing it as well. It's like I've been single for 28 years now. I just have no interest,
right,
to be honest. Like I'm not
no interest. Oh, no interest. He's been single. This guy's been an incel for 28 years. So what a shocker that they're incels on these channels. So is Joshua. There's 3 incels on there and a divorced woman with kids, a single mom. As they never call themselves divorcees or divorced. It's always single mom. As though the dad doesn't exist. She's a single mom and 3 incels on the stage. Wow. That's great.
Their inability to form romantic relationship as a fixed biological condition.
I think they blame it. That's saying incels blame it on everything but themselves, maybe.
Sure. That's the way I'm seeing it as well. It's like I've been single for 28 years now. I just have no interest,
right,
to be honest. Like I'm not out there looking. Sure, I've tried. If I had a chance, I've tried, but nothing ever came of it. So
right,
it's like I'm not out there. I was hearing myself.
Yeah, I guess there's different interpretations of black pill. My interpretation of it is you're black pilled as in you see the futility of this place and how it's basically hopeless once you realize the facts of the world. But it's not hopeless because you're not, in my knowing, you're not from this place. So it's actually hopeful because now you're awakened and now you're going to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I know I'm not from this realm. I know once I get out of here, I'm going to escape the Matrix altogether.
I believe in you. You got this.
Let's just hope a certain being doesn't seal in the demons and all that other stuff. Because I heard
he's
Oh my god.
yeah.
There's a place that's far worse than this one that's ready to receive them. You know, in this place there is like necessary evil, but in real hell it's necessary to be evil.
Yeah, that's just wild. I imagine that king guy gets reincarnated, recycled once he passes away.
If you really want to know what hell is real hell is about, just think about the ocean.
Yeah,
Ocean it's like a place of chaos. Like there's always a bigger fish in the ocean. You know that saying?
Yeah.
That's really what hell is all about. It's like you eat other beings to grow yourself, and that's to an entire new level in darkness. You know?
Yeah.
If you look at the ocean, it's like there's always like this something stalking you and trying to eat you. You know.
It's kind of like out here too.
Yeah, I know, but it's even taken to an extreme, you know.
Yeah.
In the actual hell.
Can you imagine being like a little like minnow and there's a huge whale behind you? You're like, oh fuck, and your whole family's getting swallowed up.
Yeah, an entire school they don't just eat one. It's like they scoop up an entire school of fish. And you know what? It's one of the most popular games is.
But I guess it's necessary in this realm because this realm is sadistic. So you gotta keep it balanced, right?
Yeah.
People actually.
I really think there is a balance thing, by the way. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's designed on purpose to be that way, to keep things in balance.
But I even growing up
means it's imbalanced spiritually.
People actually play this out in video games right now. Like a lot of popular games, they're like, oh, you start off as a small dinosaur, and then you just have to consume other players basically to. You know, you're like a giant crocodile or something, and you just lie in wait. And these guys are like so serious about it. They wait there for hours and hours just to wait until some smaller animal comes to drink at the pond. You know, and then it's like who thinks that's fun? Who, you know, those are the beings that we have around us. You know, when you really look at what they do in their free time, you really know what they. You finally figure out what they're really, what they really like, and how they really are. You know.
Exactly.
Hey, Nicholas, tell us some of your own personal experiences or what your thoughts.
Well, my own personal experiences is that sometimes I just can't sleep at night because I have random thoughts going through my head. Other things I think happened in my life is that even if this is a hell realm, it's kind of hard to make money in this hell realm. And then I use side hustles like free cash to make money, basically.
So you're just doing the best you can with what you got.
Yeah, I'm doing the best with what I can, basically.
I think that's where we're all trying to do that, you know, in our own way until we
They always try to put a positive spin on it, fake positive spin. When someone's creepy, they'll say we're all doing the best we can. Just simple platitudes and bullshit. This is what demons do. They can yap for hours and say nothing that's honest, nothing that's true. They'll just say we're all this, we're all that. No, we're not all at all. The whole we shit, the collectivist shit. Look at him grinning away there, and they just embrace him. course.
I guess get out of here, but it's hard. It's hard. But you're not alone. We're all in this together.
Creepy as fuck, man.
If that makes you feel better, we're all suffering.
Exactly. Exactly. We're all in this together.
God, I hate that phrase.
We're all in this together.
Oh, the second I heard that during COVID, I hated it. The second I was like, oh my God, I hate that. I hate that. It was so funny with my instant reaction.
The real issue really is like we're all in it together, but some of them we don't want to be together with. It's
exactly.
It doesn't matter where we go; they just keep chasing us.
There's her witchy cackling. Team Evil, you can all stand together, and you'll see what happens in the end.
It's like, why won't you do this and why won't you do that? Blah 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 blah. Just constantly pushing and just to get a reaction out of you. That's what they live for, apparently. It's like that guy that keeps following you, dude. It's like, that's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
it's like he just can't help himself, and he's always like the first one in here for some... Oh, people.
Yep, that's the place we live. Okay, so question. Do you bring drama in people's lives, or do they bring drama into your life? Because I've realized that I really don't bring drama to people's lives, but somehow they always find me with their drama.
People bring drama to me.
I'd say same. My problem too is that people get irritated that I don't I don't act dramatic, or I don't know how to say that in the right way. Like, I don't get mad about dumb shit. I don't care about, it's hard for me to make friends too as a mom, but it's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like, it's irritating to people that I'm in a different mind frame. Like, I'm just not bothered by just all the dumb shit in the world. I don't know how to explain it better than that, but so it's like that causes drama because I'm like, well, that doesn't matter. Let's just move on and fix it, or whatever it is, right? Like, that seems to be irritating toward people, or to people, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they want you to live in their delusion.
Yes.
And participate in their delusion. You're like, no, I don't want to do that.
Right, and they're all
Assumed self went there to laugh. She's laughing a lot at nothing. She's laughing a lot at things that just aren't funny. And that's a sign again of demons. They love to do that.
oh, you think you're so high and mighty, you're conscious, and I'm like, no, I just, okay, never mind. Whatever. Not at all. I just know shit doesn't matter. That's it.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, how old are you?
21. I'm basically around 21 years old.
So how are people your age, in your opinion? How are their mindsets? What do they think? Are they similar to you, or are they completely opposite?
I think it depends. Some of them are similar to me. Some of them are completely opposite. I hadn't seen people my own age in a long time.
Yeah, because over the generations, the generations change a lot with their mindsets.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, like, what your generation is like. I think it's echoing on your side too.
Somebody.
I think my microphone's cutting out. I'll be right back. I have to reset my computer.
Yeah. How old are your kids?
Me?
Yeah.
I have a 18 and 16-year-old, and then a 6-year-old, actually. So.
Okay. So they're around the same age as him, kind of.
A little bit.
So,
What's interesting about people their age is that it's like kind of like how, I don't know if you've noticed how commercials in the past few years or advertising has become like the anti-advertising. It's like they want you to know they're advertising almost, like because younger people see through it all. It's like if you look at commercials, even from the 90s, you're like, people really sat there and fell for this shit. Like, it's hysterical when you watch like old commercials. You're like, wow, you know, like just all these actors having a great time, drinking coffee, whatever they're doing, you know. But it's like everybody really just saw it as like, whoa, look at these people they really just enjoy that coffee. I'm gonna go buy some, right? Like, it's just insane. And I feel like younger people they see through it. They're like, that's so dumb, right? Like, they're like, why would I don't know how to explain it, but it's like they're just in a different mind frame. I don't know. They just they do see the world different.
Things that are good don't need to be advertised.
Yeah, well, that too.
It's really, I think a lot of younger people have figured this out. Like,
yes. I mean, that's not to say there's also, you know, social media has completely changed how things are advertised and sold. You know, everybody does their unboxing videos and taps it with their nails or whatever the hell that is. But like, you know, it's definitely different. You know, I was thinking about that, or I think about that a lot, just how different everything is. You know, not just that we used to be in. Oh, what's that?
My mic's fixed.
Oh, good. There you go. Nice. We were talking about what people your age think of the world. Like, what was your question, Joshua? Like, just how people, the younger generation.
how do you perceive advertising?
Yeah, or just the world, things like that.
How do I perceive advertising? I just think it's all evil.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to manipulate you
Mm-hmm.
into things that you don't want or need.
Yeah, it's always the biggest garbage that is advertised, in my opinion.
Oh, you know, that is interesting. You know, like Joshua, making you feel like, you know, things you want and need. Because I don't watch, you know, regular TV or whatever, or look at magazines or anything like that. As soon as, if I'm ever in a waiting room and I look at a magazine, like a Cosmopolitan or whatever those are, I don't even know, the Vogue or whatever, all of a sudden I'm like, wow, I'm fat. Wow, my hair sure is flat and could be colored. Wow, I do need eye cream. Like, and then I close it and I'm like, what the fuck just happened? It is insane how
you got assaulted mentally
yes,
and emotionally.
It is all of a sudden I'm like, I need all this stuff. I need to be better and look younger. It's crazy how quick it happens. Crazy. Like, anyway, so it is interesting how well they've figured it out for sure.
I've seen like 12-year-old girls buy makeup and stuff like that. It's like, why would you possibly need makeup when you're fucking 12 years
Oh,
old?
because it's all put out there. My
It's
6-year-old
like,
wants makeup.
that's how women destroy their face. That's why they look old when they're 30. If you smear all that garbage on your face every day.
Well, and Botox and all that kind of stuff. But you know, it's like,
But that's
I guess,
after. That's like
right?
in desperation they try to
No,
fix
I think
stuff.
they're
But
doing it earlier, but it's like, I'm repulsed by all that, of course, but then at the same time, it's like, it's not their fault. I mean, we have the most sophisticated manipulation, you know, tools, the people in charge at their disposal. They have figured it the fuck out, right? So it's like, I can't be mad at all these people for being this way and being superficial, because it's all on purpose. Like, they use our best, they use what makes us human, or whatever the word you want to say. They use all of that against us, right? Like, we like to be in groups. So what's the punishment if you go against the crowd? You're not in the group anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
If, you know, they call you names, whatever. But anyway, so.
And you're not wearing makeup, so you're ugly. We don't want to be around ugly girls.
Right,
It's like,
right,
Jesus,
right.
these are kids, man.
And if you point out about, you know, that smearing chemicals on your face is a bad idea,
right?
Then they say, "Oh, I'd rather die young, beautiful,
Yes.
beautiful than,"
Yes.
you know. It's like, what fucking mind? It's like,
Well, because their value system has been fucked with, right? So all of those things are at the top of the list. You know what I mean? Because all those superficial material things are more important than anything else, right? So but again, that was done on purpose too. So
I think people really look for like echo chambers. They already have their
Well, of
beliefs,
course.
and then they look for
Are we in one?
confirmation and affirmation online. Mostly, that's what the internet really is. It's like one big echo chamber.
Of course.
Yeah, we
For-
might
for-
be, but that's why I like
Right.
others' opinions and
Yeah,
different
totally.
theories. It's like
Totally.
bring it all
Yeah.
on. Like I'm
Yeah.
welcoming
But
everything.
echo chambers
I
are
may
not
disagree,
necessarily
I may
bad.
challenge it, but
Right.
I
Mhm.
welcome it. You know.
Mhm.
If something is the truth, then that's perfectly fine that you spread that. But everything is being spread, the truth and lies, and it's mostly lies, to be honest. You can find any opinion online on any subject. You could
Well, you can find anything. You can Google or search or whatever, anything, and prove your own point. I mean, look at flat Earth, globe Earth, whatever. Which again, if we're choosing between two things, it's probably not one of those two things, right? So it's probably something outside of that. But you can do research on either of those topics, and both teams or people will have enough to prove their case. Like anything.
Really? She thinks they'll both have enough to prove their case. Where's the proof of the globe? Anyway, she seems to be someone that follows Matt McKinley, Joshua S. John. I can tell by the things she's speaking about and her views where she gets her information from. She believes herself to be someone that has it all figured out, and she follows absolute shill, Team Evil losers. Good luck to you, lady. Laughing away when they mentioned me sealing in demons. She was laughing away, cackling away. Well, yeah, I think you're going to have a rude awakening. I really do.
I mean, but again, all that's done on purpose too. The whole point is just to keep everyone in this state of not knowing, not sure, ready to divide and be in a different group at the drop of a hat. Like it's just, to keep us fighting and confused. I mean, I don't even know fighting, sure, but like just in this state of
confusion.
Yeah, it really is.
The
And
land of
then-
confusion.
Yes.
Isn't
There you go.
that like
What a
that
creepy
song?
video. You remember that, or the
I don't remember the video, but I do remember the name.
Oh, it had all those weird puppets.
What's his name? Is it Phil Collins?
Phil Collins, yeah, and it
Yeah,
had
yeah,
these
yeah.
weird, creepy puppets in it.
And he has like a
Nancy's-
Jesus complex or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
That guy.
But yeah, I was gonna say something else about the internet, but I can't remember. But oh yeah, yes, 100% the internet is manipulated, absolutely. Which it's like great, we have the internet, we can find out anything, find each other, but I think it also allows evil to, in degeneracy, however you define that, I guess,
Yeah.
because they all find each other instead of being kind of like wiped out or whatever, or disappearing. Then there's groups of evil, degenerate people finding
I was
each
like,
other.
hey, you're a degenerate. I am too.
Sweet!
Whoa.
Wow, that's awesome!
I'm not crazy. Look, a whole
Right.
group of us.
Exactly.
That's exactly how it is, though.
I know.
It's like they find people who are like them, and then they say, it's like, oh, so I'm not wrong. It's like they're the ones who's. It's like.
But I mean,
in,
we do the same thing, but like, I don't know. So
If your religion says it's okay to sleep with underage girls, then
Ugh,
what's wrong with that?
Mhm.
See what I mean?
right. Or
There are
pass your
many
sins-
dangerous.
or pass your sins to a chicken, whatever.
yeah. Oh my god.
Sorry.
It's like how stupid is that? That the whole concept of transferring your sins to something else.
Right.
It's
Well,
like,
that you can,
come on.
and then, so you're the God you believe in is so stupid you can trick this thing, okay? Like, and you worship it, okay?
I didn't do it. The chicken did it.
Right. And then that God is like, oh shucks, I'm sure sorry about that. You're right. It
They
was
also have the scapegoat ritual where they put all the sins on a goat and send it into the wilderness or throw it off a cliff or something.
oh, it's so funny.
These fucking guys, dude.
It's just silly. It's just
Yeah, the internet can be a tool for education or
Mm-hmm.
indoctrination,
Yes, exactly.
or both at the same
You
time.
can type in are eggs good for you, and you'll find an article saying that eggs are good for you, and you'll find an article saying
Well-
that eggs are bad for you.
You'll also see a Time magazine cover separated by a few years saying the same thing. So, you know what I mean? Like in 1992, eggs were horrible and then now they're good, or vice versa, or butter, or whatever it is. But again, it's whoever's playing this game sitting back and literally watching everyone go, oh, eggs are bad now? Okay. And it's just, and they're sitting back and laughing. It's that meme with all the presidents as like lizards, you know? Have you guys seen that? And they're like, and then we told them eggs were bad, and they're all laughing. Like it's just that constantly, you know? And they just sit back and watch it, you know? It's like back in when remember the 1% protests that happened a few years ago, or 99%,
Occupy
right?
Wall Street, or
Yeah. Yes. And like all of those people, and I lived in Portland, Oregon at that time, and they destroyed the city parks. It was so gross. But anyway, but all of those people who were so anti-corporation and anti-Wall Street then are all the ones who love corporations now, because and like big pharma, and like they literally just flip-flopped it, and like none of them see that though, you know? I mean, it's just insane. And again, the architects of society are just sitting back and laughing and going, look, oh, that one only took us 3 years to completely flip-flop their minds. You know what I mean? Like, it's insane. So anyway.
I know it doesn't really take that long at all. Look at the whole
What is it, like a generation or
vaccine-
two?
the
They
vaccine
can-
thing.
Mhm.
That's not even that long ago. People have already forgotten
Oh
about
yeah,
like, the
everything's
supposed
memory hold.
our
Mhm.
supposed heroes that were gonna, who were opposed to all of it, are now the ones pushing it.
We'll use don't say the word though, because
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a strike.
Hello.
Oh yeah.
The V
Because
word,
they're-
or
Yeah, the V word.
Yeah. I don't know why,
Yeah.
but that one word they just hate.
Isn't that
I
so
said-
funny?
well,
I
I
was worried I said the S word earlier, and then I was like, wait.
I didn't want to say the C word, so I was like, what do I even call this?
I know,
Like-
right? So dumb.
I don't
Hey
know. I
Augustus,
didn't
what's up,
wanna-
man or woman?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm great. How about you?
Doing all right, I guess. Best I can.
That's
You have
good.
anything you want to add, or anything you want to talk about?
Yeah, well, actually, I just saw your, video yesterday about I think so you made about people, right? Like something like relations, with
Yeah.
people backstabbing. So I was just, pondering on that, very much things you told in that video, it was like so much similar to me, I mean, the things I experienced in my life.
Oh, I'm sorry that you have to go through that.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Is there anything specifically that you want to talk about that, or just you need some relief, and so you're around people who get it?
Yeah, well, it's not not really to the point I can speak about, but it's much more like the times coming up ahead is that it's really dangerous, and you should just brace yourselves and just not lose your heads or minds, whatever it is.
Yeah, Assumed Self left a great comment that I liked. So it seems like she knows a lot about it too.
About what?
Just about having empathy for people who don't really deserve it, but you know why they are the way they are because they got fucked up.
It's so sad. Yep. Breaks my heart. And it's weird because I'll feel bad for like the worst monsters, right? And it's like I don't even say it out loud because people will just think you're insane, but it's like I know they were once little babies, little children who were treated so horribly, and it turned them into whatever they are. And it's just it's so sad, you know. But at the same time, I don't let, it's like you almost have to override, not almost, you have to override your feelings of letting them still either be in your life or whatever that looks like, right? Like you have to say, I just literally have to ignore this part of the programming. Like I just can't, even though I want them, okay, fine, come over, yeah, okay, or whatever it is, right? Like you just can't. I think just like anything, especially psychological like that, where you're trying to kind of retrain or undo something, the first time is the hardest, right? But the more you do it, the easier it gets, and then it just becomes like the way that you are, you know what I mean? But those first few times are real hard.
Yeah, it's dangerous having empathy in this world.
Yeah,
It really,
it really
truly
is.
is. Because
Mhm.
in personal experience, it will fuck you up.
It will attract people who will take advantage of you.
Exactly.
You know, I believe that you should show empathy only to those people that really deserve it in the first place. Like you shouldn't really show to everyone, you know.
Yeah, but you know what I was
Not
saying was,
everyone is worthy of it.
I can't help but still feel that, because it's like information that I get that I don't want to have it. I don't want to feel what they're feeling,
Yeah.
but it's just I
Yeah,
can't turn it
I
off. So
get
you
it.
have to
Like
protect
it's
yourself.
it's in your if I can say, in your meat suit, or like nature, the personality that builds you up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. It's the it's the same with me also, but for me it's more like I can sometimes control it, if not all times, because I should also see like what's the outcome next, you know. That how does it affect me, or how does it basically benefits me, you know, in that regard.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
it's a strange thing to have empathy for people who don't deserve it, but you still have it, and it's just like,
Mhm.
why? Like, can it just
Mhm.
go away, please? Leave me alone.
and you know, the worst part is that there are like many people that they are like you know, they will come in disguise, and first of all they'll just, you know, try to just you know, build connections with you, or like maybe like you, or something like that, and then they will just, you know, push you out of the rail, and you'll just fall upon the ground, you know. So that's why it's not like it's not very good, if I could the word.
Yeah, Shalin says, what if empathy is one of those indoctrination tactics to keep your awareness focused on this place?
That's
What do y'all think?
Yeah, it's
I was just replying to that. I think empathy is, to me, this is just me, I think empathy is natural to me. I don't know. I think forgiveness is actually an indoctrination tactic, personally. But I mean, I know it's good to forgive for you or whatever, but like, I don't think you have to. I don't think there's anything wrong with, like, I'm not going to forgive people who traffic people, or the Catholic Church who did all that bullshit and knew about it, right? Like everything, the pharmaceutical,
and the
anybody you can think
pastors
of,
also,
like,
the
no, I
pastors
will
also.
never forgive them. Like, why? Why would that seem so unnatural to me? Whereas to me, empathy feels natural. If that makes sense. But then again, I understand that things can feel natural and still be programming, so I'm open to that, right? But yeah, so anyway, that's my opinion on it.
Pastors are just so evil, you know.
I feel like empathy, it's a godlike quality, in my opinion. That's why this world is what it is. It's because the creator has, whatever you want to call it, has empathy with these beings who, in essence, try to destroy themselves. But because of empathy, it is prevented, and they are given, you know, endless chances, an eternal chance to turn it around, which most of them won't. But still, for that one person who does, isn't that worth it?
Well, you know,
Yeah,
that there are basically, yeah, there are basically consequences, that if you go too extreme to the far, of forming empathies and, just in relations and whatnot. So there are always consequences. In fact, they're much more extreme sometimes in that regard.
That's the thing that gets me is I want to give people the dignity of having a second chance because I believe they can turn it around. They can change. But I also realize that that's not possible for some people and it will never happen.
I think
have
so.
to know
Yeah.
that's true, but still know that how I feel about it is true. So I have to make a rational decision. Okay.
Like some people are just the same, same as they were before. They just don't want to change for their entire lives. So it's basically useless to even try that in the first place.
Yeah, and something I've noticed with people in my life, like family members, they are afraid of the truth so much that they will actually make up delusions about what actually happened and believe it 100%. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Like they will actually
Yeah,
believe their own narrative rather than what actually happened because they don't want to look at what actually happened.
Yeah, it's basically they just don't want to go deep inside. It's just they'll take everything that is presented to them at the platter. And they won't go like too far enough to just ponder that is this even true or is it just fake? They'll just take everything that's at face value.
The way I see it is
You know,
empathy is really understanding, isn't it? It's or an attempt
Yeah.
to understand something. You refuse to make it a black and white situation, and you say there must be more behind this.
Well, totally. But, Joshua, you said something. It was somebody like why you and somebody else. I don't know. Remember if you said who? If it was like a brother or a friend, a cousin, I don't know. But you and somebody else were both treated horribly or had something horrible happen, and the other person turned out terrible, and you did not. Is that right? And you were like, why is it that way? Right? Like,
yeah.
Right. So why does that happen? And so why, when you have empathy, I'm trying to figure out where I was going with that. It's like, I don't know. I gotta think about it. Sorry. I spoke before the question was finished.
That happens to me all the time.
I know there's so many things to say.
Mind programming.
Right. But I find that really interesting too, because, okay, so you have empathy for someone, because they were treated horribly, but like, why do some people succumb to that and other people don't, and then do they not have empathy? Are they capable of empathy? And maybe that's kind of a key there. Like, why do some people have it, some don't? I get told I'm too empathetic, and I try to look at the motivation for anybody doing anything, or why, even if somebody cuts you off, like, are they an asshole or are they in a hurry because their kid is sick, or whatever the case may be, right? Like, I try to look at every situation like that.
You
but
don't need to be empathic towards everybody. That's why I said God.
No, of course not. Of course not. Right. Of course not.
Yeah.
But why do some people either
At least for the majority part.
What's that?
Yeah, at least for the majority, it's better not to be empathetic.
Well, I think it depends on where you grow up too. I found that the people that I've met, I grew up in the Midwest, and so I'm very much a cliche, really nice, down to earth, whatever person, like, for sure. The programming worked well, absolutely. But then the people that I meet who grew up on especially the East Coast, New York, New Jersey, Man,
Yeah,
they
they
have
are
a
different.
different it is so aggressive, and the assumption is that like you're trying to take advantage of them. It's very
They're much
interesting,
like
you know.
arrogant, you know. They're much like arrogant in like
I
attitudes
think
and
that's a
egos.
defense mechanism, though, because you're in this very whatever the environment is. It's like everyone's just literally trying to survive, and because there's so many people, I don't know what it is. It's just very different, very different.
It's simply, you know, it's simply that they do not trust outsiders quickly, you know. It's just
Yeah.
that they just trust basically their own circle or their own group.
I don't think most people are aware of what actually goes on in the world. They just live in their own little bubble. They believe what they want to believe, and they look for crowds that believe the same thing. You know.
You know, there is one thing I think so. Maybe I'm going off topic here, but like when I used to search this thing that in maybe in 2012 or something like that, the people mostly used to tell that, you know, this world is basically like dead. You know, it's like something like this world is like either dead or like it's like some like finished. You know. And then after that, in 2019, I guess this guy, he's Nicholas, the Black Pill dude. He told that I've seen one of his videos for a short amount of time. So he told me that to the viewers, basically, he told that in 2019 the world had pretty much finished. And actually, when I calculated it, it was pretty much close. You know, that 2019, yeah, pretty much things were just like off the track. So I think the 2019 was like the final year, and after that, things are just like messing up, you know, just like shattering into more pieces and more pieces and more pieces.
Yeah.
In the last bit, I think.
Yeah,
So.
I can understand that because with the whole 2019 thing, I think everything changed in 2020 or 2012. So it's true.
Yeah. And you know the shocking part for me, at least, it was like I realized it when it was like 2018 or something like that, that something was really off, you know, like after 2017 and somewhere around 2018 and lastly in 2019. So for me,
Yeah.
2019 was also like the final year for me also, because things were just like just final, you know, like for everything, like for movies, music, video game, and
Yeah.
all the industries and everything.
Exactly.
And after 2020, when you know just when the things just came over, then the rest of the things, they just got haywire. You know, it just went in a very quick rush that do things fast as quickly as possible. You know, and just make things do this, that, and you know, and whatnot.
Yeah,
It's,
pretty much.
I mean, I just told me that what the hell is going on, you know, that pretty much is just fired, you know.
Yeah.
So, Nick, what do you think happened?
I don't know what happened between 2012 and 2020. My guess is that Earth went into a black hole, or my guess is that
And you
there was
know
some
the
simulation.
yeah
Well, but if you don't
yeah
believe in space, that didn't happen.
the thing is they you know, you might have seen Avengers Infinity War and Endgame, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
and whatnot.
Yeah,
It's,
pretty much.
I mean, I just told me that what the hell is going on, you know, that pretty much is just fired, you know.
Yeah.
So, Nick, what do you think happened?
I don't know what happened between 2012 and 2020. My guess is that Earth went into a black hole, or my guess is that
And you
there was
know
some
the
simulation.
yeah
Well, but if you don't
yeah
believe in space, that didn't happen.
the thing is you know, you might have seen Avengers Infinity War and Endgame, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so in
Yeah.
Infinity War, basically they discuss about Thanos' arrival and taking all the stones and just snapping. So it was pretty much, I would say, a reference to 2020, and then Endgame was like the final position for it. So basically, they pretty much reference in the movies also that something big is going to come. But yeah, of course, the people who had that mindset, they recognize that, yeah, we already know this is going to come. So
I think the real war just started yesterday. They sabotaged three oil refining plants, basically Russian, in Europe. It's a major escalation, in my opinion. Like the Russians are they're not gonna stop. They're gonna keep getting stronger and stronger. They basically got China behind them. There is absolutely nothing that America can do to stop their downfall.
But this is all the plan, though. Even
Yeah, sure, but that doesn't
It
mean it's
doesn't-
not gonna happen.
right.
it's all from the playbook.
There's not anything we can really do about it, though. I think. I mean, but that's just my opinion. But
This is just gonna drive the
Yeah.
EU farther away from America as it already is.
And I
once
think
they
so.
lose that-
I think so. They are trying to build, Golden Dome in America, to like protect the shield or
Mhm.
something like that.
Yeah, they talk a lot of, but
But then, okay, so
external
then
threats.
are they all not in it together? Are they really infighting? What would be the point of that? If they're all in it together, nobody needs.
they all
this,
want
like,
control,
and
though.
if you think that nuclear,
Yeah.
I think that nuclear bomb weapons are not real. I don't think space is real. So anytime I hear anything,
They are all
about-
CGIs.
yeah, like I just am like, it's just another, it's just a lie, it's
Regardless,
just a show.
regardless if nuclear weapons are real, bombs are definitely.
I don't even know. Oh, absolutely, 100%. Yes. They can still inflict the damage enough to make it look like a nuclear bomb for sure. And then, do they even know if nuclear bombs are true or not, or are they all just like playing chicken with each other? You know what I mean? I don't know.
But the worst bomb is the mental bomb, the mental trajectory.
Mm-hmm.
How to mindfuck you. That's the best bomb they can get.
Oh yeah.
If you are basically, if they can hijack you from the inside, like as an internal, they don't even need external source.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they are doing now. The mental warfare. It's all about that.
Yep.
And I think so. In UK, they are trying to basically implement I think so digital ID card in maybe till 2029. And mostly with these, the tech things about the wearables, the technology, the smartwatches, and something like that. So basically, they're just trying to spy on you and just gaining more control and control and control.
The whole thing makes no sense. It's like at one side they bring in a lot of people, but then they don't want to have like any identification or digital ID that would make it easier to
that
identify.
just-
It's like
Because it
these
causes
things-
chaos and it pisses everybody else off who has to have an ID. I mean, some of this stuff isn't just about like.
it's not like we haven't had IDs for our entire life. Like just because it's digital doesn't change anything. This is just
mean, it does a
another
little
one
bit,
of these things that is taken out of proportion, and people just go for it and they just hate on it for.
I don't know. About
I don't know
that.
why,
I mean,
but
no. I mean, even medical records being digital, like, is not good. Everything is connected now. Your freaking supermarket card or number, so you can get the sale price. They're tracking every single fucking thing you buy.
Oh, yeah,
They
I know
mail
what
you
you mean.
coupons specific to
like
you.
you're not
like,
you're not
there's
forced
there's
to
been
show your card
studies.
though.
Well, of course not. But I'm just saying, but you can't say digital ID is just like a non-issue. I don't think that at all either. Like, I mean, I'm all for living in the future dystopian city that has flying cars above, and I get to live in like the subculture below on the streets. Like I'm excited for that, but like you can't, you know, this is all heading that way. Because with a digital ID, you can't.
Yeah.
You're not going to be allowed in the store. You're not going to be allowed to buy things. They're going to start tracking what you're actually buying. You know, like not
don't
just
need-
that you spent $10.
They don't need digital
And
IDs to do that, though. They
It's
can.
I mean, true, they don't, but it just locks it in even more.
it's basically for the people, the masses. They are doing it on a very massive and large scale,
Mhm.
and they just upgraded it like from in the last 4 or 5 years, especially
Well,
since that time.
And here's the other thing. If we're talking about, oh, they can track us, that's the biggest problem, that's probably not why they're doing it then. There's probably a whole other big reason we're not even thinking about that they're doing it for. So
How about just
It's-
no ideas? But that becomes a problem instantly because all these people complaining about digital ideas are probably nationalists. So you really need ideas to identify people. Otherwise, you
Well,
stop
of
being.
course, but that's how
you
they
really
trick.
stop being a nation. if
Isn't
you
it?
don't.
Isn't it a
Why
beautiful
do we
trap
need a
they set
nation?
for us all, huh?
No, we don't. But they
Right.
think.
Yeah,
that
it
they
is.
think
It
so.
is.
Of course,
Don't
it's the
have the
whole
IDs.
chaos they
You can't have a
cause.
country.
Right, exactly. like I don't want to. Just because I was born here doesn't mean I want to be a part of it. But whatever. Right. No, I mean that's.
And there's one thing. There's one thing I need to share you guys about. That is that in the food context, they're trying to implement the pills. That in the future you don't need to eat like the physical food. You don't need to intake or ingest in your immune or digestive system. You can just take a pill. You can just swallow it with water, and just then you're fine. It's like the food will be captured in the pill. So that's pretty much, you don't even need to eat like the whole food. I think so.
No.
That's also something mind boggles.
I wouldn't
There are some
mind.
people
I wouldn't
who
mind
don't
having
eat.
some pill that I took every day, and then I don't need to eat because I fucking hate cooking and all that eating stuff and getting
Yeah,
hungry. Like,
but the thing is that you don't know what's in the pill, right?
I don't know what's in my food.
You don't know.
You don't even. Yeah, we don't know what's in anything really.
I
Even the organic
personally,
label is a lie. I mean,
I
come on.
personally believe
Yeah,
that a lot of these
that's
things
worse.
are just in your head, and if you think something is bad for you, then
Yes,
it becomes bad.
I was
for you.
totally gonna say, yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yep. Mhm. And do you know? Speaking of that, that is very true. They've done studies on people, and then of course, who knows if this is true, but where they had, I think it was a group of military people, men, whatever, and they had them all run. Each group ran for a certain amount of time. They didn't tell them how long they ran for. Like the first group was, 3 miles, the second group was 10 miles, and the third group was 20 miles or whatever, right? And then after they were done, they told them how far they ran. And then they did tests on their bodies for whatever, I don't know, oxygen. I have no idea what they tested. I can't remember. Oxygen levels, whatever. And each group physiologically responded to the amount of distance they were told they ran. Even if they didn't run it, even if they only ran so I think I said that wrong. So even if they ran 5 miles, but they were told they ran 30, their body tested like they ran 30 miles or whatever. Does that make sense what I'm saying? I think
Yeah,
I said it
that's-
wrong at the beginning, right?
It's like
Or
placebo effect, basically.
right. So
Same thing.
I think we're so much more manipulated than we realize, but then you have to look at the opposite of that. Then that means we can control shit like that ourselves. Oh, that's interesting, right? So there are stories of people in drug trials, and they don't know what drug they're taking. They're told it's a psychoactive drug. Don't overdose on it, whatever. Just take it according to the study, right? And then there's a report of this guy who got into a fight with his girlfriend or something, and threatened to kill himself. So he took the whole bottle of these test pills, quote unquote, started shaking, convulsions, sweating, the whole thing. They took him to the hospital. They were going to pump his stomach. I mean, he was going through this horrible drug poisoning thing, right? Whatever. And they did his blood tests, and there was nothing in his system. He was in the placebo group. So
Yeah.
it's like,
Well, just think about what you just said and
yeah,
take that at a larger scale and in religion.
right. All of
So
it.
religious people, they are basically brainwashed with these ideas of end times, all that stuff, and these events that are gonna happen, and they create this, and they know that these are the people that are gonna be left behind.
You know,
So
often,
once the
yeah.
people who don't believe this leave, there's only gonna be people who actually believe this, and this is gonna happen immediately, because there's no pushing from the other side anymore. Like there's only gonna be the religious doctrines, and you're not gonna get the chance to believe anything else. That's what the mark of the beast really is about. It's just a sign that you're a believer, and if you're not, you're not gonna get anything.
And they tell that this is a prediction, while it's not a prediction, it's more like a plan. And it is a
Right.
plan, basically.
Right.
And one thing actually I needed to tell you that is that sometimes when I pass through some religious institutions, I do get very negative type of energy. It's like soul sucking energies that something is just heavy on you, that you're not basically free. So whenever I pass through those places or just go somewhere else, I just think that something really bad is happening with me, maybe in my mind or in my mental state, something like that.
Who knows?
So that's why I basically avoid those places. Plus, it's basically very extreme in nature, like very chaotic in nature. Like,
Well,
it's
it
just
is.
too much.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up Catholic, but going to, if I ever have to go into a Catholic church or a mass or whatever, it is so strange to me and it's so ritualistic, and it's shocking to me that I never saw it that way before, like it is just, wow. Yeah. Anyway. I don't know, but then supposedly all the old churches have the big stained glass windows that match the frequency of something positive, and church bells
Yeah, I
are
don't think
supposed to
so.
also heal people. I mean, I don't,
I've often thought about what I
Sometimes,
would do if I were in charge. Let's say I have 100%
there you go.
100% control over everything. The first thing I would probably do is destroy every single church on the earth,
yeah.
because I know that these were not built with good intentions.
Mhm.
These buildings are placed on specific points
Oh yeah,
to
ley
create
lines, all the good
an
stuff.
energetic reaction, because of
Well,
basically the layout of the church is creating a frequency that manipulates something, which
so
isn't good.
They
I
right.
can
So
tell
if
you.
they are not basically, yeah, they are not basically churches in the first place also.
right. So then so what theory does that fit into? Simulation theory, soul trap theory, combo of the two? Like, I feel like we're all always having
It's like a
different
blend
levels
of
of
both.
well, yeah, but it's like we're having we have different levels of conversations, right? About each level of existence and how fucked up it is, or what's really going on, or whatever. But it's like, how do they relate to each other? So like, if churches are all bad because they are on ley lines and energy and frequency, so is that something that can be positive? What is that? Like, where did that all come from? If it's a simulation or a holodeck or whatever, right?
I'd
Like,
say until we
is that
understand it, it's better to just remove it and then go from there.
that's good. Like a clean eating week where you or elimination diet or something.
I
Like, get
think
rid of it
churches
all.
are places where before that they did ritualistic sacrifices, probably.
For what? To who?
Yeah.
Yeah, to some fucking fire demon called Jehovah.
Is that okay? So is Jehovah real? Is that who, like, say the
I'm I'm convinced
original
that
Jews or Phoenician, whatever,
The
whoever?
fire
Like, is
gods.
that who they sacrifice to? Like, is that
there is plenty of evidence to suggest that these beings exist. Whether or not I've seen them, no.
Oh, total. I'm not denying
But-
it 100%. I think they
But
exist.
just going
but
from
at what level? Are they digital beings? Are they AI? Are they actual
No.
demons that have horns
They're
and
just-
shit coming out of their face? Like, what? You
they're
know what I
just
mean?
beings like you and me. It's
Mhm.
just
They are
their nature
they
is
are
totally different. You know, they have been sent to hell already, but they somehow they manage to appear like they basically make people sacrifice stuff to them so they can appear in this realm. I don't know how it works. I've never tried it. You know, I've never been part of any group that does such a thing,
Mhm.
so I wouldn't know.
they are basically like the same entity but with like different names.
Yeah, and if you look at like the amounts of sacrifices
sure.
that used, like
Mhm.
Solomon, he used to like
Sacrificing is still
thousands
happening.
and thousands at the same time. You know,
I mean, everyone has been, whatever everyone has a right to do whatever they want in their life, for sure. But like, where do you think abortion really comes from? Like, it's literally sacrificing something. Whether or not you believe it's a life doesn't, like, the people are manipulated. And again, I'm not Christian. I'm not anything. I just think people are manipulated into thinking that that's a quote unquote right, or you're supposed to be empowered, when really it's just a trick for constant sacrifice. Like, it's a,
And
or even
currently,
circumcision is a flesh sacrifice. Like, my God, like,
I'm-
it's just, people don't know it. They've been tricked into thinking it's just a part of our culture or society or whatever, or whoever there, whatever. And it's literally that behind it is that it's a sacrifice of some kind. It's disgusting. Like,
I'm
all
not
of it.
against or for it.
Right. I'm not either.
And
I
it's-
think to each their
but
own, but
if-
it to me.
I just want to
it
point out the
that,
hypocrisy of religious
yeah.
people on this subject, because they all supposedly are pro-life, but
Well, and then they
when that
capital
child
P.
then comes out of the womb and it doesn't want to believe in their fucking psychotic god, then supposedly to the scriptures, you should stone that child.
Then it's
to
going
death
to
or
hell,
something.
right?
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
right,
So
right. Of course.
I don't really, I think maybe it's better that we just don't bring children into this world to protect them from these fucking psychopaths
Mhm.
who just can't seem to
Yeah.
control themselves and
Mhm.
just want to indoctrinate everybody in some delusion.
and
Right,
even
but it
if
still
you
feeds it feeds whatever their, like, we're all doing these sacrifices to their god or their being or whatever it is, for like we're because we're empowered and it's our right or whatever it is, or it's culturally acceptable, like, like, say
They have no
circumcision or
morality
something like that.
except for what their god says is moral. They would be the first ones to fucking kill babies if their god said so. That's the
They used to
reality.
think that, though. They used to sacrifice children to Moloch. They
Yeah,
put them on a
exactly. It's like
burning.
they're like the biggest hypocrites walking on this earth.
Well, right, which of course they are all hypocrites and it's all terrible, but why are they doing it? That's my question. Like, I get that it's all, it's terrible, it's disgusting.
Because
but
they have no
why
awareness.
are they doing it?
They have no awareness.
And-
They have no.
No, but even
free will of their
before,
own.
why did they think sacrificing to Moloch or whatever you
Oh.
want to call it, why did they think it helped them? It gave them
Out of
a good
fear.
crop. It gave them what? Like, where did this whole idea come from of sacrificing, like a blood sacrifice?
I don't know if you
or-
ever
or-
read the Old Testament. That should make it clear how it happened.
Sure,
You know,
but even, I think
Jehovah
even before
basically-
before the Bible was written, I think that shit was happening. Before, I
Right.
don't even think, I think
Sure.
everything started before Genesis, but like,
But it happened the same way before. It's always like, oh, you have to do this, or I will fucking destroy you.
who's
and
the I? Who's the
fiery
I?
whatever
Who's
that
that?
God, that being is playing God. Could be aliens.
So
you know?
someone at some point, however
Well, it
many
is
years
aliens,
ago,
but-
figured this out and figured they could get in the good graces with this thing by doing these bad things. It's literally just that, and it happened however many years, we don't know. It could be 100 years ago, it could be 10,000 years ago, it could be, I don't think it's millions of
The
years ago.
jinn
or
have been
whatever, but-
around far longer than humanity, and they basically are the minions of, they're like just minions of Jehovah, and they basically, what's the right word?
Well, it
They-
seems to be working for them.
They just continuously indoctrinate human beings with these beliefs and threaten them, make them feel, like, make them bow down out of fear to some demon that's pretending to be God, and then it all starts to get worse and worse and worse, and it starts with one sacrifice and it ends up with thousands and thousands, and all of a sudden there's nobody left because everybody's fucking dead.
Mhm. Right. I'm just curious, why did it all start that way? What started it? Who started it? Why?
It's just
you know?
nature. If you look at the soil, I have at home here, I have like this big pot. I have several of them with just soil. And all the plant material waste that I have, I just mix it with the soil and it just miraculously disappears.
Of course.
And that's just nature.
Well,
their nature
who
is
started nature? Who does that? That's what I'm saying. Like,
nature is chaos.
Mhm.
It's not, it just, plants grow towards the light and they just fill up the spaces. And even if you leave, like if you cut off a plant and you leave the roots in the soil for a while, you'll find that most of the roots will already be gone if you take it out, because as the second that plant dies, even though it's been in that soil for years, months, from the second it dies, all of a sudden the roles are reversed and it's no longer capable of supporting itself and it just gets consumed. And that's what evil really, well, if you want to call it evil, it's like it comes out of chaos. It's like that desire to destroy things or whatever, or consume things, and just the opposite of creating things,
Mhm. But why is it like that?
Why? Because that's just that's just nature.
No,
That's just-
no.
that
I
came
don't
out of
think
chaos.
it can't be
Do you-
just nature. Like, I don't. Who
It's as
designed?
simple as
Who
good.
designed it this way?
I think
Nobody.
yeah. I think so. I think so. Something is there that controls it, or it's it's just using it for its own benefit.
Okay, so maybe it existed, but whatever is using it for its own benefit, right? Is that
There are powers at play, but you should ask yourself, like, do I believe in good and evil? Do I think that there is?
No, I
such a
think so.
thing?
I think so.
Then you
They're
should know
like
that there
the
is,
same thing.
for sure, if you are here wanting to do something about it, for sure, there are
Because-
other people
because
like
the-
you who want the same thing and have done so.
Because the thing is, good can turn into evil, and evil can also turn into good. So it's not like one fixed path.
Nobody really knows. Not even God knows what you're gonna turn out to be like. And
They're
you
they're
should know
like
that there
the
is,
same thing.
for sure, if you are here wanting to do something about it, for sure, there are
Because-
other people
because
like
the-
you who want the same thing and have done so.
Because the thing is, good can turn into evil, and evil can also turn into good. So it's not like one fixed path.
Nobody really knows. Not even God knows what you're gonna turn out to be like. That's why this place
Yeah,
exists.
Because
it's all
this place is
unpredictable.
already very unpredictable. Yeah.
If you have a
It's,
child, you don't know what it's gonna be, unless you have like
Yeah.
science or whatever. But back in the day, it was just one big guess, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's a boy, oh, it's a girl.
Even then, if I can know them, it's more like I can know them externally. I can't know them internally, because internally they are like a whole new world. I can only know them by their behaviors, their activities, how they talk, walk, behave. How they do things, interact.
Well, the fact that they are different is not really an issue. It's that they just want.
Yeah.
They think the only right. While we're on the other side trying our best to be empathetic towards them, but it's not being
Yeah.
reciprocated. Let's put it that way. It's like there is only one choice to make, and that's, well, two choices. You can either fight or flight, but at this point we can't run away. So it's going to be more and more difficult to not fight them.
I think
because they're
so.
just
I think
gonna-
so. Yeah. I think so. Many people often, tell or they confess it that I will unalive myself, or I will just go. I don't like this word. I think so. The thing is that if if you can't basically navigate in this world, or if you can't do things in this world, then what's the possibility that after your death, it's not like it's you will get heaven or hell. First of all, that's basically BS. And second is that there will be peace, serenity, things will be just good, fine, and almost like perfect, how you wanted it when you were alive. So the thing is that you should not stop fighting. That you should fight here also, and you should fight after your death also, because you really don't know what's after death. And
do we
more than
really
likely
want to
things
fight though?
things are not good on the other side of the edge.
I disagree.
So
I do believe that there is a world out there that is perfect in every sense. The opposite
yeah, it sure is. It sure
of
is.
chaos.
But
Do we still have to eat
but
and shit in that world?
No.
Sorry.
I
Not to be
don't,
crude,
I don't
but
think so.
yeah, it's like how
There's no
perfect are we?
toilets.
No, there's no consumption.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you don't have to take a shower every day. You don't need to
Yeah.
kill
What
animals
if we
to
want to
survive.
eat? What if we like cooking? Sorry.
Well, that's why
I
this
guess-
place exists.
Well, no, because then I don't like yeah, I hate that animals have to die. It's terrible.
But you just have to look at things. Try to look at things from a larger perspective. If you really want to understand anything, like you can't just look at yourself. Sure, that you'll find a lot of understanding there, but you also have to look outside of yourself and to the world you exist in.
But
Yeah.
even logic doesn't always work there. I mean, we can obviously, like, religions aren't logical, or some of the things we talk about. That's what I'm asking. Like, how do they fit into all of these theories that we have about what made this place, drives this place, whatever it is, right? Like, none of it's logical.
We always think in human terms when we think about God.
100%,
Yeah,
which is what,
It's
yeah.
like that's
absolutely.
and that's
Yeah.
Facts.
but you're never gonna understand it if you do that. It's like you have to look at a being that has empathy with everything, and it doesn't matter how much effort it takes. Just like the sun, it doesn't ask anything in return for giving us heat and light that basically provides life or creates life in this realm. It doesn't ask for anything. That's how I see God. It doesn't
But
ask.
people used to worship the sun that's how they saw, right?
Okay, but so why
think
did this
so.
God put us in this situation
Right.
that
And
I
I don't find
we were
that
talking about it earlier. Can I say
empathetic
something?
or loving or we just
Right.
can't understand why he would do this. It's just
Right.
it's out of our understanding.
Exactly.
We were talking about children
I don't-
earlier. And you
Yeah,
said
go ahead.
like a child is always going to do the opposite of what you tell it. So just look at that from a bigger perspective again and say, like, just maybe somebody told me not to do something and I did it anyway, and now I'm pissed off.
But
Just maybe.
but this realm was created to do exactly what it does,
Mhm.
and we were created to be indoctrinated and programmed from a young age and to have trauma totally and utterly destroy who we are. Why would
Mhm.
something create us like that?
Right,
But
right.
is
This
that
these
caused by this world
malleable idiots. Right,
or the corruption
exactly.
in it?
Because what?
Is it caused by this world or is it caused by the corruption in it?
Both, because
Yeah,
our psychology is out of our hands. It
right.
was created
And
genetically
somebody
at the
figured
genetic
that out.
level to
Right.
be exactly what it is. Why is there no safeguard?
And
Why is
Or
there
good,
no
and
or
you know,
good God, or good God that doesn't want you to kill chickens or whatever, right? Like, yeah, where is
There is a
the
safeguard,
duality there?
but it's not
people,
just
yeah,
because you want
people,
want the door to open, it's not gonna open.
yeah, people often, tell that, but if there is a perfect world, then how will gain, recognition, or how will you go up to higher levels? But I don't really think so. That's really necessary. Things should be in alignment. And things can be much more simpler than they make it complex here. They aren't really complex if you can just see about it.
It isn't physical. Somebody's saying that in chat.
Mm-hmm.
It's not physical. You can't harm
The
anybody. You
perfect
can't
world.
destroy anything.
Yeah.
The complete opposite of what, of destruction, really. It's like endless creations.
Yeah, and for this world, I know, even though if you are close to perfect, or you are almost perfect, you are still consuming things. You are still using things. So unfortunately, that's just the nature of this place. So we can't do
Yeah,
much about it.
this
Well,
place
what is?
is not designed to have moral,
Yeah.
good, upstanding, perfect beings. It's designed to degrade you and your consciousness. And the thing that gaslights you is just thinking that, oh, you just can't understand it. It's just not like, why though? Yes, I could if I was given the capabilities to be able to, but I've been firewalled off. I've been
Yeah.
Well, and why
indoctrinated
is it
and
so freaking
programmed my whole life. I've
complicated
been living
then?
deception and
Right.
delusion. What kind
And
of fucking place
and
is this?
the thing is that even if you want to gain yourself into some higher level things, they won't even let you do that. They'll just drag you down.
Exactly. Hey, Techno Kid, what's up?
How does this work? Can you guys actually hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can decide to either turn your cam off or leave it on. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm trying to use it from my smartphone, but I have the screen split in two, and I'm hearing the echo. So
Do you have it open in two different places?
yeah.
Yeah, well,
So should I
turn
close
one
it?
off and leave the one that you're on.
Mute YouTube and don't mute the StreamYard
Yeah.
thing or whatever it is. Yeah.
How about this? Is this
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
okay? Cool.
All right, so you were talking about gang stalking, so go ahead and tell us your experience.
Oh, my experience. Well, I think my opinion about all of this is that I think it's always been around us. I think it's a cult video. I think it's worldwide, and I think there's a portion of the global population that's doesn't know what's going on. That's us, and then there's a portion that's part of it, right? That's how I see it. I think it's been covert and it became overt. In my case, it became overt in 2017, and they literally just did it to my face, like in your face, And what are you gonna do about it? You can't do anything about it, right?
Can you give us some personal things that happened to you?
2017. Well, my mother was a single mother. She was targeted by one of these people. and how can I say it? That's how they operate. I think that's my conclusion. They target normal people and they mess with them the ways narcissists mess with people. So they mess with your head, they mess with your life. It's manipulation, it's control, it's it's all those things. And I started catching up with the BS in 2009. And I'm not going to go into the details. I confronted my mother, and she immediately turned sour. And so she knows what's going on. These things happen to most targets, I would say, worldwide. And I started catching. Then that's when my family started showing me their true colors. I started realizing that these people are not who they say they are. They portray themselves in a certain way. They gaslight you. We didn't even know what the term of gaslighting was 10 years ago. It only came up in the last 5 years or so, right? Can you guys hear? Yeah.
Yeah, your mic's a little low, but I can
It's
hear
a little
you.
low.
Yeah, can you
Let
turn
me
up a little
see.
bit?
I'm not sure how to do. Oh, okay, it's settings, audio, mic volume is to the max.
Okay.
I have no idea. I'm using the Bluetooth one because I have to connect the battery of my smartphone is dying out. So
Spiritualize. Hello, hello. They don't want you to think. They don't want you to question things. They don't want you to be strong. They want you to go along, to get along. That's what they want. Obedient followers. They want slaves. They want you looking up and worshiping gods in the heavens. They want you dumb and confused, dumbed down. They want you to believe this is heaven. These great big marble columns, these pillars, white buildings, heavy, floating on the clouds. Why are there so many heavy buildings? Heavy in mass and weight in heaven. Heaven is heavy. Heaven. It's supposed to be a realm that's immaterial, ethereal realm. Yet it has the heaviest material of all. Isn't that interesting? It's interesting, isn't it? It almost looks like ancient Rome and Greece combined. This is heaven. Even the AI thinks this is heaven. But this is what a lot of near-death experiencers see. These white buildings, great big Greco-Roman columns, statues, angelic, and a lot of white cities, shining white cities. Do you think this is heaven? Do you think it might be a deception? Do you think they might? I'm giggling as I go along because it's so obvious. It's so goddamn obvious. If you studied 50 near-death experiences or 100 or 300 or 500, whatever it takes for it to sink in that something is going on with illusions. And that's the way this realm is. It's based on illusions. It's based on deceptions. It's based on disempowering you. A lot of these disinfo agents on YouTube insist that the astral realm is The other side, the other side. It's just part of the matrix, just like this level. It's just another level of the matrix. You're still in the matrix when you're out of body and you see the astral. Or if you see it in dreams, or you remote view, you astrally project, or you go out of body. It's still in the matrix. You haven't left the matrix. As good as you might feel there out of your body, you're still in the matrix. And since you're still in the matrix, you can be put back here in this level into a body. Does this look like heaven? So they have cities in heaven, and streets, and cars, and buildings, and clothing. You still have to wear clothing and shoes in heaven. You still are not free from the you're not free from the stuff of the body that people get tired of here, tying your shoes and buying new clothes that wear out. Do the clothes wear out in heaven the way they do here? You have to buy new clothes. It seems laughable to me, but it isn't to most humans. Most humans I've ever met in this realm think it's perfectly normal. Well, we'd be naked. What do you mean? Why would? Of course we'd wear clothes. Of course Jesus would be in robes. Of course they're in robes in heaven. Well, they can't fathom having something other than this meat suit body and a human body and shame and everything. They can't fathom something being different. The lack of imagination in this realm with human beings is astounding. It really is. It's laughable. I usually don't laugh in my esoterica videos. I try to keep it very serious. My goodness. Very few human beings have any imagination left. Have you ever seen a spirit in a dream? Have you ever visualized, have you ever imagined something other than your human meat suit? Can you do that much? And I'm not trying to be condescending, but it's almost mind-bending to me that people can't do that. Because to me that just seems simple. I could do that as a child. I don't know what's wrong with most of humanity. They can't seem to imagine anything other than what exists right in front of their eyes. So then if you went to a fake heaven out of your body, you had some kind of near-death experience, are you just going to assume it's real because you can't imagine deception? And you can't imagine heaven being something other than your fucking body again? It's incredible to me. It just is. I mean, do you want to be in a body forever the way that certain YouTubers, like that great big beast, that ugly beast, Bextra Lard? She wants to be in that body, and it's nothing to look at forever. It's just incredible to me how attached people are to the body, to the meat suit. Beyond words. It's really it's really incredible. It just is. I'm trying not to laugh throughout this, but in elementary school and Catholic school, they would teach us about heaven and the cities in heaven, and I asked questions about, well, why would Jesus have robes and why would there be buildings? I thought it was a spiritual realm. Pardon me, but I thought it was beyond the material. As a child, I thought there was something weird about these adults that believe you're going to be wearing clothing for eternity. I thought they must be retarded or something, or what's wrong with them? They can't imagine something other than... it's just, I'm shaking my head. I don't even know what to say at times. This is a slave realm for sure. And the lack of imagination in this realm is off the charts. This almost reminds me of Fight Club. Standing in his
Darius Wright is a prolific out-of-body experiencer, explorer, respected teacher, philosopher, dedicated to unraveling the truth of the unseen realms and the other side through the out-of-body state. He's been practicing out-of-body experiences since childhood. He's had many encounters on the other side with beings of many different shades. We're talking extraterrestrials, angels, seraphim. And he is very much focused on the great work, which is to help people achieve mastery over their own out-of-body experience and to be able to travel through and experience the other side.
You're listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Salla, your source for the uncensored truth regarding the human, extraterrestrial, global, and political agenda. Click the like button and subscribe to this channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Salla.
Welcome, Darius, to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, man. I think this is a very cool opportunity because it helps bridge another area of a community, so that's important.
Yeah, it is. It is very important. And I think there is a lot of overlap between what you do and I do. But for people who don't know you, I'm sure a lot of my audience don't know anything about you. So why don't we just begin from the start in terms of when you first started having out-of-body experiences?
Yeah. So for everybody that knows me, they're going to know this, and I will try to keep this very brief and to the point. But essentially, I just do controlled out-of-body states, and this is no different from a near death. And to really drive what I'm doing home, the whole pursuit for a lot of people is to figure out truth, a level of truth, or the truth of who we are. And this is usually accomplished by seeing it, remembering it, or dying. And everybody has this information within them. And so when people die, they temporarily see that place, the place that they left. And this always sparks within them the heart again, the truth of who they are. They always come back changed. And from a young age at 16, you could say that's what happened to me. I had an experience and it changed my heart. It changed me back to me again. And all through these years, I've been searching, trying to do these consciously, just to figure out a truth of who we are, what the whole point of this is, and the point of creation too. And because in viewing this through out of bodies, I've been able to come to a solid foundation of what that is. And what once spoken, it tends to change people and make them remember again, because it's like just that little flame that gets triggered again. And once they hear it, tends to bring them back to that state, back into the heart, back into love, back into searching for that, because that's the most important thing. Otherwise, I think a lot of the things that we do in the pursuit becomes a distraction if it's not for that. And so that's my story in a very brief nutshell, more of like the purpose behind it. But an out of body is just a controlled state. It's also a controlled state that the CIA has put over millions and millions of dollars into an operation to teach high-profiled individuals, or that are not necessarily in the limelight, but to target it for, you could say, more nefarious reasons of secret information, classified information, because they're able to take their soul physically out of their body to view it. And I've seen some of those things too. I've seen a lot of those things, from the pyramids, from, you could say, certain bases and stuff that I've seen in the whole, you could say, the world stage and how things play out the way they play out. So there's that in there too. But the most important thing is the other side, because there's in the things that I've seen and the things that I've seen out of my body, it's very quick for me or somebody else to go into judgment of condemning other people for what I've seen, the tragedies that I've seen too. And it's been very, you could say, difficult to make sure after all the things that I've seen, and also the other side, that I always remain in a constant state of integrity to the highest ability that I can in love. So that,
Okay.
that I hope that gets people the energy behind why, instead of just a story, you know. Okay.
Yes, you're very curious as to what you learned about what the CIA is doing in this regard. I know about the Monroe Institute and Robert Monroe, and the CIA sent a lot of people there. Actually, a lot of intelligence agents sent people there to be trained in remote viewing, out-of-body experience. So, I mean, have you encountered some of these people in your own work in some way?
I have. So I've had, I wouldn't say Monroe, but I have been contacted. You could say how they do a soft contact or whatever of asking to teach certain things. But I won't go there. I'd much rather leave this place in death before that happens, because my thing, Michael, is to help you could say expose, but also bring light to this place in death, before contact or whatever of I have been contacted
in remote viewing, out-of-body experience. So, and the CIA sent a lot of people there. Actually, a lot of intelligence agents sent people there to be trained in remote viewing, out-of-body experience. So, I mean, have you encountered some of these people in your own work in some way?
I have. So I've had, I wouldn't say Monroe, but I have been contacted. You could say how they do a soft contact or whatever of asking to teach certain things. But I won't go there. I'd much rather leave this place in death before that happens, because my thing, Michael, is to help you could say expose, but also bring light to the systems, the very systems that have enslaved people for so long. And by supporting those systems, no matter what they offer, is only supporting more enslavement to humanity. So instead, I consciously always choose to share it with people, because the more people that know of it, and it's not a just know the feeling of it again, the more people slowly start to step into their true power again. The only reason why we are in the state that we are today, the only reason, is because people have lost the understanding of their true home, or where they come from in love. And because of that's lost, they do everything here in a place of fear of, an attachment of, and you don't take anything with you here. You know, the car, none of it comes with you. And so it's all survival fear-based programming that they've set up here. And yeah, I don't really like to support like things like that. So, but yes.
Yeah. So what's the difference between an out-of-body experience and a near-death experience?
Okay, so then I guess I'll ask a question with a question to make it interesting. What do you feel the difference is?
Well, I'm kind of cheating, because I watched you actually answer the question that an OBE is just a controlled NDE. But yeah, I think that's kind of like, that sounds accurate. I mean, that somehow you can train yourself to be able to have these out-of-body experiences that are very, very similar to what people who have reported the near-death experiences.
Yeah. So the reason why I did that is because it's for people that are listening too. Like if you try to ask that question to yourself, I think you'll come to the conclusion that when you die, your soul leaves. When you leave the body, the soul leaves. And this is where the confusion could happen with remote viewing, without a body. Now, remote viewing is essentially where you're just projecting your awareness to a particular place. And so it's more of like intuition. You could see, yes, you could see things in remote viewing, but you're projecting your consciousness there instead. So viewing certain things, angles, etc. Maybe you write things down. It's been 100% proven that this is 100% valid. And like I said, thousands of dollars in the CIA to then prove these things as well has been done. But the difference between the remote viewing and out of body, near death, when you sort of you add those things up in that way, is when you come out of your body, and I've remote viewed before, but when you come out of your body, it's an amazing feeling, because you end up, for instance, I give this example a lot. The moment you come out, your soul is as physical as your physical body. So when you walk up to something and you touch it, like this microphone, it feels as physical as if you're physically touching it. The thought forms, everything is physical. And so you're 100% physically there as your soul, conscious as if you're dead. And that's pretty much it. And this is something that for people as well too, and for your audience that's listening.
Yeah, maybe if you can.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to ask you to clarify. When you mentioned the soul and how the soul is
physical,
involved in the OBE, and it's a physical experience. What's the difference between the soul and one's personality?
Yeah, okay, I'll do that too. But before I answer that, I want to say this: that the soul, this is a lot of people's fear. The fear is they end up losing a part of their self in a way. They end up losing a part of their physicality expressions. But the soul, when you die, when you leave here, is all of the pleasures of physical life with no limitations placed on you. Your soul is physical. It has touch. You could touch loved ones. You could interact with people that have passed away. I've interacted with more people than just my Uncle Bob that have passed away. That when you're able to experience that, there's a certain, it's very difficult to come back, because you realize that this is your home. So no one is ever lost. No one is ever dead. They are all still there. And when you cross over and you touch them with your hands and they contact you and they hug you, and you realize that feeling, sensation is more real than the very hug that they've given you before they left here. That changes everything. It changes the game for everybody. Mm-hmm. The soul, so personality and soul. So there really isn't any difference between that in this way. So, and that may go against a lot of people's view on things, but then this is where I ask you a question, and your audience as well. Who do you think you were? Let's just go outside of all things, outside of this life, outside of heaven's constructs, to the beginning, before you were born in here. Who were you then? What was your personality? Who do you think you were before you came here and were born? Do you think when you were born in here, that same personality as you were a child was the same personality, the same essence, the core of your knowing before you were born? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I would kind of say the personality is something that is stamped on one at birth by the stars, but the soul essence, the qualities, like I think for me, when I came into this world, I think I had this overwhelming passion for truth and freedom. And that's something I carried from my last life and the lives before that. And I think in this life, being born at a particular date in a particular city, that a certain personality was stamped on me and then molded. But yeah, I mean, I would say my personality in this life is very different to the personality in my last life.
Yeah, well, absolutely, 100%. And this is where it goes into that. So you every single soul here right now, and this is something that I've seen, I've experienced, stand in it with 100% truth. Who you are right now is the highest version of yourself here right now in forgetfulness of all of the other past experiences that you had throughout all creation. So the accumulation of you before you were born here was the accumulation of every single experience that you had before you made the decision to even come here. And that decision on the other side was the highest version of yourself. And in coming here, you have all of the personality traits of every single experience of why you do things, even though you're unconscious of it, why you act the way you act, even though you're unconscious of it or conscious of it, or the connections that you have and the abilities that you have in this life, all from the combining everything before you were born into this place. Now, when you're born here, then yeah, you are stamped with another personality just due to life and the experience. But then when you end up leaving here, you end up far greater, far more, you could say, a new version of yourself before you even came in, because you end up birthing a new version of yourself that could have never been birthed unless you experience certain things. And this is where it comes into just experience. And this is where it could also go into the new age lingo jingle nonsense. But what I'm saying is if you follow that through and you actually view it that way, is actually true. What would you say?
Well, yeah, my question there might be, okay, so, for people who die and become ghosts, and I know, that's something you've encountered. Now, what is it that a ghost is? I mean, is that just the dysfunctional part of a soul's personality that has to work things out before joining the rest of the soul in the white light or something?
Okay.
Unified?
So let me answer that, but then let me also give you some context too. So when you do cross over, you end up getting what people call higher self. You end up getting these things back into you. Do merge with your higher self, but the higher self is basically you're merging with all of the memories of your experiences back into you again. So when I've come in contact with what people call lost souls here, seeing them, ghosts. And what this is when you have an out of body or you die, if you have a strong belief of something or grief of something, so the hell, you could say hell is experienced through grief of, because that emotion, even when you leave here, doesn't necessarily change, even though it's in your things are loving on the other side. But what you carry, that emotion that attachment of can make you what they call a lost wandering soul temporarily. So a lot of these souls are in a lot of, you could say some of them are in pain, and they stay here due to attachment of a loved one or etc., pain, grief of, regret. And this is even where you get in near-death experiences too, to even validate what I'm saying, where you have, let's just say, a mother that has passed away, and the daughter has a near-death experience and contacts that mother after many, many years of passing away. And that mother that has died goes to that daughter and says, I'm so sorry for the things that I've done. I'm sorry. And then it's only when the forgiveness is there, then that mother finally could relieve herself of her own, you could say, lost, or not lost soul, but ghost-like, lost soul, wandering soul of grief of. So we still carry the grief, we still carry pain, we still carry regret when we're on the other side. But if you carry those very strong, it's a very heavy feeling, then you will become that, holding, waiting for forgiveness, typically from the people that you've caused harm to, until you could forgive yourself. And souls usually think that they're searching for forgiveness in the other person, but actually they are forgiving themselves, and they need that confirmation for that other individual to say, I forgive you, for them to release themselves from that prison and hell that they're in temporarily. Does that make sense? Does that answer it?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So now I want to kind of like get to an area that I find fascinating in terms of, you've talked about the dome Earth, and the question I have is, well, astronauts have described going out into space, seeing the whole blue marble Earth and all of that, and having, some like Edgar Mitchell said that they had a profound spiritual experience from seeing the blue Earth on the way back from the moon. So, but what did you see of the Earth when you traveled out there?
Okay. So this is where I don't want to step on anybody's toes in this community. So you could say, but all I could share is this: with those with a open heart and wanting to know, then I could tell you what I've experienced. I don't have anything other than that. Now you go back to 16 years old. Oh, and also I'll give you, there's something as well too that I want to bring up. Did you hear the Trump announcement doing the dome over America?
Oh, yeah, the Golden Dome, yeah.
Yeah, Golden Dome. Okay, so I just thought that was probably funny to bring in. But when I go back to 16 years old, that one experience that I had with Celeste, you would classify that as a near death. So I was showing the vast array of constructs of what I would call planets at the time. And I saw all those being shown, all those, how time worked. Now I realize that a lot of things now through many experiences. But when I talk about a dome, I'm talking about that this place is a enclosed system. And I'm coming from a place of, in belief of, 100% knowing of, backing of. But I'll just say that it is an enclosed system based off what I've seen. And then when you come out of here and you see the construct for what it is it a ball? Yeah, it's a ball, but it's an enclosed system. This is where you go into biblical references too of the enclosed system. And I don't want to flag this video on YouTube. If it's posted on Rumble, maybe it would be good, but on YouTube, they'll just throw it up.
It'll be posted on both Rumble, YouTube,
Yeah, okay.
Spotify, Patreon.
Yeah. But I've seen an enclosed system. That's what I was shown. I was showing it in the halls of Amente. I was showing it many, many times. And in disbelief, that's when I started searching. What is the enclosed system? What is the dome? And that's when I started to get information, target it again, see it again. You see, back in the history too, we go back into history, back into the past. This whole place that we live on now, this whole realm, this whole heaven, this whole earth, was all one temperate climate. It was all one climate, very warm, very tropical. And this was because there was actually more carbon in the atmosphere. What are they saying the issue is now? Carbon. So there's more carbon in the atmosphere, which there's a larger water canopy, allowing for this environment to be all one temperature. This is where you get all of the beings in that past, the races, the giants, what people call Anunnaki, celestial beings, yeah, galactic races, all here in that time. Through, you could say, coming down through their other realms, their other dimensions. I know your community is familiar with the words dimensions, so coming down from higher dimensions here, phasing in and out. I just call them heavens, realms, phasing in and out. But they were all here at some point, every single one of them. Yeah.
Well, that's actually a big debate within the kind of like whole ufology movement. Yes, many people assume or believe that extraterrestrials get here using warp drive, spacecraft, and they travel interstellar spaces to get here. But others, and the kind of whole Jacques Vallée thing where they say that they get here through different dimensions, that we're talking about interdimensional travelers. So it seems like what you're saying is that the extraterrestrials that are here and in our history, they got here through dimensionally traveling from these different dimensions or heavens, as you call it.
Yes, yeah. In that point in time, all of these, let's just say dimensions or stargates, portals, heavens, all of it was open at once at a period of time. So travel to these places, travels to the heavens, travels to within the kingdoms, within the stars, was open to every person that was here at that time. And this is where you get part of, like, you look around here. There's what do they call them? I believe it's let me actually look up the right word for this. They call them mesas. You familiar with that word?
No.
Okay, so a mesa. Well, I would typically call them like but if I just say giant mountains, that's not actually, because you could find giant mountains that are actually mountains. But the mountains, you ever see the pictures where the mountains look like chopped down trees or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So they call them mesas, but so mesas, that terminology there, if you look up that, then you actually see more alignment to what I'm talking about. But even at that time, even those giant trees were here. So even we didn't have the oceans that we have today. This is where you get all the land masses, Lemuria, Atlantis, all sinking. And even though they're still, Atlantis is in a certain place, still located in a certain area. But when all those giant trees were here, they sucked up water. So a lot of the land masses were exposed at that point. And there was a lot more land here. Antarctica was not ice, it's all land. That's where you even have a lot of the red hair beings that are still frozen in Antarctica. Some of the pyramids there, some of the original angels still frozen there.
Do you know anything about that? Because that's actually, I know in the Book of Enoch they talk about the fallen angels after the war in the heavens were imprisoned in a southern land that with 24 hours of sunshine, and of course that's Antarctica during the summer. So do you know anything about the imprisoned giants?
Yeah, that's interesting that the Book of Enoch even wrote that, because I can't. For people listening to this, I don't read. I can't necessarily read. I need to hear things, because when I read words, they flip on me backwards. So I'll end up reading something that says something completely different from what I'm reading. But that's interesting. So the Book of Enoch said the angels were. Did it bring up anything with frozen?
Yeah. It was someone did a study on it, and in the Book of Enoch described the process where the fallen angels, after they were defeated, were imprisoned in this location in a land in the south where there was eternal sunlight, and that's
yeah. Okay, so that's what I have seen.
Wow.
So I find that very. I wouldn't say imprisoned, but I find that very interesting. And this is what I was telling you before. A lot of the things that I've seen, when I look up biblical references and I'm like, is this true? And then I look up and it's like biblical references. I'm like, why? From someone that's not religious, I'm like, what? So in knowing what religion is, and some of the books, the original books and tablets and the codexes, I'm like, so why is what I'm seeing so in alignment, other than a lot of the fear-based narratives to imprison your soul? But why are they so there? And you could say because the very controlling people, truth is always shown to you, but then they distort that truth in a way to imprison you as well. But yeah, I've seen frozen in Antarctica. I've seen angels still fully attached, full wings, everything, in stasis, frozen.
Wow.
That's what I've seen. I've seen there's beings there as well that I've seen that are still frozen inside certain places of there that have like this, it's like long red hair. You could say the same size as us, maybe a little bit bigger, like 5 foot up to 7 foot tall, in that range. But they're just red hair, pure white, just long red hair. And so they're not the red hair giants, because I've seen those too. And you could say part of a military thing that happened years ago where they shot a red hair giant before. I don't know, people know what that is. But yeah, this is where it even validates stuff that you're saying as well, where all of these races were here, even the angels. Angels have come down from the seventh heaven, from what I've seen. So the seventh heaven, the seventh realm, or the seventh dimension of what your community would understand it to be, is where the angels reside. That is their dimension, their heaven, in the seventh. And what I've seen is some angels have come down through the Garden of Eden, which is considered the fourth heaven or the fourth dimension for your people, which is symbolic to the seven sisters, into the earthly heaven. And this is where you get a lot of those races coming in here, part of that, what is considered a fall. But I would say those are where you're seeing a lot of the frozen bodies, because they even had technology there too, to project their consciousness into different bodies, even into physical form. And so, yeah, you know, you're looking into pyramids, med beds in order to project consciousnesses or soul consciousness from one form of body to another body. They've even shown that in Avatar, the movie. A lot of people think these are just movies, but you know, it's like truth in plain sight. Yeah.
Okay, so that's interesting. So you know, whether we're talking about the angelic dimension or other dimensions, that there can be avatar bodies here in our dimension, and whenever they want to, they can transport their consciousness into that avatar body. Is that what you're saying, from the different dimensions?
Well, that's a good question. Haven't. I would say so. I would say so. I like to just typically speak on things that I've seen, but I would say so. But what I've seen is here, specifically here, this earth, that was done. But doing it from higher realms, I mean, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I could say so. Yeah. Okay.
What about the Anunnaki? I mean, there's a lot of interest in them and their return. What do you know about them?
That's I know that that's part of what's considered the you know, because I've seen them in layers. That's part of the third heaven, the Anunnaki beings. And so yeah, those are all the beings that have built the pyramids. See, the pyramids too. What I've seen with them is all that technology. People will call it like fallen technology and stuff, but they've actually encoded a lot of their information inside of tablets. And now when people look for that information in tablets, like books where they're trying to read the book, it's actually not encoded there. It's actually encoded within the physical tablets or stone, which is actually, I'll actually reference this for you so people can look at it too. This is actually a scientific study. It's called I'm looking at it right now. It's called the 5D optical storage. It's in a quartz. It's at the University of South Tampa. So they were able to take a 12 centimeter disc and put over 360 terabytes of information within that, of data, just within a quartz or like crystal type of disc. They were able to do that. And so a lot of the technology within these pyramids, when you're trying to search for them, they're actually encoded within the very stones and crystals themselves. Thousands and thousands, if not trillions, of terabytes of information that they've used to put there that could be extracted with even modern day technology, because modern day technology, they have it to put that information even within that with the scientific experiment that I just referenced. So all of these paintings, or not paintings, carvings, some of them are data points. And even the recent finding, which I find quite interesting because we're talking about Anunnaki, those pyramids that were built all around halls of Amenti, the pyramids of in Middle East. Let me just change something real quick. Sorry about this.
Okay.
They're just sometimes my computer flashes with timers and stuff. But there was I remember getting access down into the halls of Amenti. And this was years and years ago, where I was shown the tunnel systems of how deep it goes, and I actually drew something. We see pyramids here, but really underneath there, I was seeing more like there as you go down. And it had all
She got arrested?
This body positivity influencer was just arrested and couldn't fit into the cop car. And this is the same woman who's been demanding airlines to provide free seats to overweight travelers. Then, out of nowhere, she vanished off the internet. But what people
Did she die?
didn't expect was her getting arrested.
Help! Help! Ramos knows what he did! I'm naked and they f***ing me! Trio South were just trying to save me!
So recently, plus-size influencers have been garnering all kinds of attention
Oh!
online when it comes to sharing the struggles in life due to their size.
Yeah.
Including the subject of today's video, 29-year-old Jalen Cheney,
Yeah.
also known as J-Bay. And she is no stranger to having her content go viral, and
Yeah.
it's not always due to the reason that she probably wants. As most of her content centers around advocating for plus-size inclusivity. And well, as we know, how the internet can often be...
FedEx has cargo planes. They make planes with extra room. It's called the cargo bay.
J-Bay often is on the receiving end
Yeah.
of some pretty harsh criticism. But now she's gone from starting petitions for free airplane seats to starting a GoFundMe for her legal costs, or at
What?
least before it was deleted. Because up until February of this year, J-Bay routinely posted on her TikTok and Instagram about body positivity,
Yeah.
plus-size inclusivity,
Right.
and her continued fight to get free airplane
Sure.
seats for plus-size travelers.
So
with
she
little-
just wants to get free airport. Like, it's crazy how much fat people, all they want to do is take up space. All they want to do is just take up more space. Isn't that wild?
Success.
That's all they
They're
want to
realistically
do.
designed to fit someone who's a size 6 to 8 comfortably. That's based on seat widths of 17 to 18 inches and clothing
Yeah.
size charts.
It's safe to say that people were confused and alarmed by her final post, though, since she hinted
Yeah.
to some conflict in her personal life, and it all linked to a now deleted
Jesus Christ, bro. Like, I mean, I don't understand it. Support Jay's journey to healing and safety. I like how the term is healing and safety and it's not health, right? It's not health and wellness, it's healing and safety. You know what that means? It's probably about as effective as thoughts and prayers.
GoFundMe. But then suddenly in February of 2025, J-Bay's social media account went radio silent,
Uh-oh.
and fans were left wondering because no amount of negativity or criticism have ever stopped this
Yeah.
woman from posting before. So
Usually when fat people stop posting, it's because they die. So this is different.
speculation began spreading throughout her online community,
Right.
with some people going as far as claiming that Jalen had been arrested following an incident
got
at a
arrested?
Washington hospital.
Why?
And as it turns out,
What?
those claims were very real, because not long after, arrest info for
She's
Jalen
29.
surfaced online, and it didn't paint a very good picture of her. Because we're talking about criminal trespassing.
How could she trespass? How could she do this? Nah, this is impressive, bro. Like, what? Damn, bro. Like,
resisting arrest and assault.
Damn, like,
and those are just the craziest charges, because it turns out J-Bay racked up about 7 total charges
okay.
and a bond of about $2,500.
7
and up until
charges?
this week, we really had only news articles and
Oh my
speculation
God.
to go off of what actually happened
Yeah,
here.
so what
but
is
on
it?
October 16th, body cam footage
the
of the arrest.
550-pound influencer and fat activist. I feel like there needs to be another term for fat activist. How about fat advocate? Because I feel like activist is a bit misleading.
Arrest was published online, and yeah, it basically confirmed how insane this arrest was.
But remember, you're unlawfully detaining a disabled woman who's been kidnapped.
you're under arrest, so we're
I
not
know.
detaining
Do you
We're-
think that if you're a certain weight, you should just get charged twice because you're the size of 2 people? So, like, for example, like, let's say you're trespassing and, like, you know, you're in an area you're not supposed to be in. Well, if you're the size of 2 people, shouldn't you be charged twice for trespassing twice? I feel like that's what, I mean, you have to have the punishment fit the crime. And
You're under arrest.
I have the right to an attorney. I
Yeah.
have the right to
You
remain
sure do,
silent.
and you can also
it's
remain
mass
silent. That would
trespassing.
be a great thing to start with.
And it all started when the staff of Trios Medical Hospital called the Kenwick Police Department about an escalating situation. They allegedly informed police that Jalen was not there for any medical reason and was actively causing disturbance. But when officers arrived and issued Jalen a warning for trespassing, she literally just ripped it up in front of them, stating that she was leaving on her own accord.
Okay.
All right, you're good. Let's go.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right, there she is. Can you imagine being a police officer having to deal with this shit? Having to micromanage these retarded ass hogs all fucking day? You guys sit around, fuck around with this shit all the time.
Trespass warning. Your trespass.
Micromanage. What? Oh God.
No, I'm not going anywhere with you.
By the way, everybody thinks that like maybe somebody might be like, oh, it's mean to say this. Nah, these nasty, disgusting, selfish, fat pieces of shit sit around and they promote other people to take part in their suicidal lifestyle. They want to advocate to make the entire world convenient for them as they kill themselves. No, bro, like, no, this is gross. It's fucking disgusting. It's disgusting, and advocating for it and all that, it's just, it's ridiculous. Nobody should go and act like this is normal at all. Just massively selfish.
Going anywhere with us, you're leaving the property.
You're leaving the property.
I'm not leaving. Hey, witnesses, I need a witness.
I need a witness. You got one. You got one right now.
It's
That's fine. You've been
99
advised.
years.
Yes, 99 years. If you come
Okay,
back to the
I wanna
property,
get
you'll be arrested for
arrested.
trespass.
I want to get arrested, so I'm gonna rip it up.
You can rip it up all you want. That's not going to change the fact that we gave it to you and you know your trespass. So
99
Yeah, okay, you want to rip it up? That's fine. Okay, well, yeah, you're still going to get arrested.
years. This is all my evidence.
Yep.
Everyone.
Make sure you grab all your stuff.
No, hey.
Yep, make sure.
You guys, please.
Right. Okay, not all influencers are insane, but I swear a large amount of them seem to be.
Sure
So
seems
in
like
this
a lot,
body
huh?
cam footage, she seems to just say that she wants to be arrested. And I guess you should really be careful with what you wish for.
Yeah.
And the officers, they've been telling the news outlets that Jalen was very unpleasant to deal with. And now,
Very unpleasant to deal with. I believe you. I believe this.
we actually have footage
I
to
do. I
prove it.
believe this.
Run off like the you are. You're gonna rot in prison, mother. Am I under arrest?
Yes, you are.
Where's my rights being read?
You're not being questioned about the crime right now, so we don't need to read
Read
your
me my
rights.
mother rights. Remember, I'm a disabled woman. I ask the Lord for the
We know that.
strength to get up and for the FBI to see
I asked the Lord for the strength to get up.
I'm too scared now.
Yeah, I mean, it is safe to say that she's being as defiant as humanly possible, praying to God that she sues the cops arresting her and refusing to stand up. It was also reported that the officer said that she tried to threaten to kill their families and told them to burn in hell. And now,
Oh my God.
we have proof of that as well.
He's burning in hell. Y'all gonna keep me right here naked and all.
well, if you stood up, we could help you get in the car.
I can't stand up.
Okay, so it seems to be a
So let me get this straight. Okay. She won't get up and get in the cop car, but she's so fat that they don't want to have to pick her up because they need a special apparatus to be able to lift her into the cop car. But they don't have... Remember whenever this was in Pokemon and you had the Snorlax that was in the way? You had an impact, you don't know what to do. What do you do, bro? Like, yes, I just be like, look at food. There's food in the car. Come on, get in the car.
theme with J-Bay that she
God.
insists on other people to just move her around because she's had multiple.
Move her right now. Wait, so she now, instead of wanting to get 2 seats now she doesn't even want to have to move around. Now everybody else has to move her around? Bro. They gotta roll this hog around.
TikToks posted in the past where she blasted airport staff who refused to push her in a wheelchair because of her weight. And for most of this arrest footage, Jalen is doing everything she can do to resist officers and lay on the ground.
I mean, I don't think that she's really doing. I mean, she's not I think by doing nothing, she's doing everything.
Refusing to move, and I guess just like hoping this would be enough hassle for the cops to just give up. Awful strategy.
Honestly, it's a pretty good strategy. It is. Now, if I was the cops, like I would view this as like a puzzle, right? Like a science experiment. It's like, how can we figure out how to get her in the car? Like, do we need to call a tow truck? Do we need to call an excavator? Do we need to get a forklift? Do we need to have a separate vehicle? Like, how do we solve this problem, right? It's like a, you know, it's like a you think about this from a, you know, an educational perspective. It's like, how do you handle something like this? A helicopter.
Strategy, but then I guess she tries to use their efforts to help her against them, claiming that she was being SA'd by them.
911! They're me! They're trying to make me start!
That is the last thing that we will ever do.
She also has
That is the last thing. Bro!
They're trying to make me start!
That is the last thing that we will ever do.
She also has a lot.
Oh my god. Imagine that is your job. And like the thing is, after you finally get this hog back in the pen, you gotta go back out to the zoo. It's like, and now there's, you know, Curtis has got his Curtis has got his dick out at the 7-Eleven again. And there's a family there. And you gotta arrest him. It's like, oh my god. This is your job. This is what you gotta do all the time. This is your whole life.
A lot of not very nice things to say as well.
That's why everything just happened, you f***ing idiots. Piggy pig pigs.
And is even filmed swinging and hitting an officer in the shoulder and arm. It was also reported that she...
No way you are calling them that. Of all the people to call them that.
Tried to hit him in the face, but missed. So she basically got lucky and she lacked the agility or accuracy to get a good jab in. Because things could have ended a lot worse for her if she actually connected that punch.
Yeah.
You guys.
Walk?
Yeah, because I want to.
But I guess the cops were laughing the whole time. The clip that she's swinging at them is honestly kind of funny. And they really just want to get her escorted off the property. And for some reason, she just keeps digging herself in a deeper and deeper hole. Why would you ever do this to yourself? But after struggling with her for so long, they realized they couldn't even fit her in the cop car. So they ended up
it's not that they couldn't move her, it's that she couldn't even fit.
Get a box truck or box van and a tarp to lift her up into the truck.
Oh my god, I'm not doing
How
well
you
at
doing?
all, doctor. These people are trying to hurt me. I was trying to seek refuge here, love. I'm having a mental health crisis.
Okay, so
okay.
Get her on her back and then we'll kind of make sure we have it set where we need to.
Yeah, okay. All right, yeah. All right, get the crane. Get it going.
Okay. All right, perfect. One more time.
Oh, God.
I can't. In God I say, in God we trust, and they cannot move me at all because I am 550 pounds.
That's
I'm
it?
a disabled woman. I'm a disabled woman. And they're trying to me. Whoa. I can't breathe. I can't. Hey, I can't breathe. Hey, I can't breathe. I'm not. What the fuck?
Okay. I have no idea how she's trying to get free seats when she can't even fit in a cop car. And I mean, people would maybe sympathize.
Bro. This is crazy.
A little bit more with her if she didn't have such an ugly attitude. Like, how do you turn a simple trespassing into multiple felonies? But things just got worse for her in custody because Shaney was appointed a public defender who filed an order in March for a competency evaluation. And the claim was that Jalen was suffering from mental disease or defects.
So
and may
she's so
lack
fucking retarded.
the capacity to understand the proceedings against her, or at least for her to assist in her own defense.
Right.
And in her defense, she was found incompetent on March 11th. Then 3 days later, the court signed an order allowing Benton County jail officers to use force to move her to a hospital after she refused. It also
Oh shit. That's another Crane.
also came to light in May that she was suffering from delirium due to sepsis, PTSD, and unspecified personality disorder. Because apparently,
Multiple personality disorders.
during an evaluation, Jalen confessed that she recently called off her engagement of 6 years. She accused her ex, Jaco Ard, who is also a plus-size influencer, of being abusive and trying to end their lives on a business trip because she found out who he really was.
Okay, I don't even want to know. I don't even want to imagine. I don't even want to know.
Obviously, there were a lot of things going on here in Jalen's personal life that could have helped led to her having this mental breakdown. People online have once again started weighing in on their own ideas of what might have actually been the final straw for Jalen, with many of them pointing to the theory of Jacob cheating, allegedly with another man, which, if this is true, is likely enough to make anyone go a little bit crazy. Maybe not punch a cop crazy, but I also understand why you wouldn't be at your best after finding out something like that.
Right.
Not that that excuses any of her behavior, though. But according to certain staff members, during her stay at the hospital, Jalen would apparently refuse to comply with treatment. She would misuse
I would have never guessed this. Let me get. What's the next one?
Her call light and ask for multiple sets of clean linens just to throw them all over the floor. And among other
Oh my god. Jesus, guys. She's just a bitch. She's just a fat bitch. Straight up. She's just a fat bitch.
other strange behavior, she also regularly claimed to be pregnant in labor or having a miscarriage despite negative pregnancy tests. And it got so bad that staff started to interact with her only from the hallways or in pairs. Like, she was so rude and unruly that they had to keep their distance from her, which is...
They gotta talk to her through a wall, bro, like it's one of those hostage situations. Oh my god. Like she's a bomb.
Is pretty crazy considering the types of people they normally have to deal with.
Wow.
The report containing all this information was submitted to the court in May, and the deputy prosecuting attorney filed a motion to dismiss this case. But J-Bay was eventually released in May and has since been keeping a low profile online, with the only info about her coming from her father, Jerome, who told reporters that her daughter was doing well following her release.
Doing
and I mean,
well?
honestly, I guess that is really all you can ask for in situations like this. Because as of right now, it's unknown if J-Bay will ever make a return to social media and pick up on her free airline seat crusades where she left off. But at least she hasn't deleted or privated her pages like many other influencers would jump to do in her situation. So that could potentially
it's just, bro, like some of these people, like it this is what I said. It's unbelievable what the fuck is wrong with these people. Like, they're out of their goddamn mind. And a lot of these, like I the fat influencer thing, I hate that shit, bro. Like, it's so obnoxious. Like, cause they're all just, all they want to do is take up more space. That's it. So, at the end of the day,
it was a rip that opened up into this brilliant ultra-real valley. And I remember ascending up into this valley, up into this brilliant greenery, lush with life, absolutely fertile. And I had no body awareness, but I was moving up through it because I was a speck on a butterfly wing. Now, this was not a butterfly like some entomologist here on Earth can give you genus and species. This was the real deal. And butterflies in that realm, just like we often have dragonflies, butterflies, and hummingbirds that are messengers from that realm, from souls of the departed loved ones. And there are thousands of stories out there. I'm sure there's some in this room about that very phenomenon. But in that realm, butterflies are far more powerful and amazing than they are in this realm. And I was a speck of awareness, and it turns out on this wing of this butterfly, this was one of millions of butterflies, and they were looping and swirling in this beautiful river of love and color and life beyond description. And I remember how we would dip down and go through that lush greenery, and there would be flowers and blossoms, buds on trees that would open up even as we flew by. I remember the rich textures and colors beyond the rainbow, and so beautiful. And in that beautiful valley, as we would come up and ascend above all that greenery, I could see that there were hundreds of souls dancing. And when I wrote it all up weeks later, as I came back to this world and was trying to record the whole experience, I described them as being dressed in peasant garb, very simple clothing, yet beautiful colors, and tremendous joy and merriment. And there were lots of children playing and dogs jumping, and it was just a wonderful festival. And it was all being fueled because up above, in the velvety black skies above, were pure spiritual beings, orbs of golden light, swooping and swirling in formation, leading sparkling golden trails, emanating these hymns, chants, anthems, powerful like a tsunami wave, crescendo after crescendo after crescendo of the most beautiful music, waves washing through me. And that's what was fueling this incredible joy and mirth going on in this Gateway Valley, as I came to call it.
Infinite, no end. So powerful and so absorbing. Wave after wave after wave.
And I became a light blue globe or orb of consciousness. I became this light blue ball, essentially. And I was facing a golden light. And this golden light is, people describe this love, and I use my own analogy to try to describe what it was like, and the closest thing I can come up with is all the love that ever was and all the love that ever will be for all eternity is being poured onto you in a single moment.
This is like no worldly or earthly love. This is like the love of the divine. It was so unconditional and so peaceful. And I'm just sitting there being like washed away in this flood of love.
Everything disappeared. It was like I had no body and no, there was a separation. There was a sense of self in it. But I felt like I was in a warm bath of love.
All I got instead was this, I'll call it a wave of unconditional love.
And we can literally feel a conscious love coming from everything in heaven, from the grass, the trees, the flowers, the water. You literally feel love just existing near this, and you feel so loved. And I didn't feel worthy of that love. I had a lot of weaknesses, I still do, but I didn't feel worthy. But yet it was still poured upon me, despite my worth or value. It was just poured upon me through amazing grace and love from God the Creator.
I looked up. This is the incredible thing. When I looked up, it was if the sun that you see in the sky was in my room. And all of a sudden, this like wave of love, it just covered me. Like when you're in the ocean and the waves come and it's too high and it just covers you. Except imagine that love. That's love.
There wasn't really any goodbyes or anything, but I felt one last I love you from all those lights. And I say I love you, but I mean I felt a hug, a massive tsunami of I love yous. And then boom, I was back above my body, and they're performing brain surgery, and all those good feelings that I felt where I was are just gone instantly again when I'm above my body. Like whatever realm or whatever you want to call it that I was in above the ambulance, I'm above my body watching surgery Street is the worst realm ever. It's whatever you want to call it. I don't know. But it was horrible. I watched that.
So we went. So we were there, and there was this river there. And Bob told me that the river is the place where you go in, and the water makes you forget.
And then all of a sudden, at the doorway beside my daughter, this tunnel, like it was about a foot off the ground, it was perfectly round, filled the doorway, it went up almost to the ceiling. It was like this ring, and there was like a 6-inch band around the ring, and it was like a flowing, almost like a liquid, like coming out of the tunnel and turning itself, like it was coming out, like it was keeping the tunnel open. And as I looked at it, and as I looked, I could kind of see down, and it was like a wispy kind of white, kind of slowly turning, but at times, but I could see like through it at times. I could see the wood paneling, and I looked way down on it, and way up at the corner, I could see like a little white light, and I was dumbfounded. I was like, I was going to point to it and tell my wife, like, "Do you see that?" But before I could even do that, something popped. I felt like a pop, and right in front of my eyes, and I don't know what to call this. I call it a shard, but it was like this triangle thing, like this, and it was right in front of me. It was rotating. It was paper thin. It looked solid, and it was reddish. It was like a rusty looking, but I could kind of see through it, and it was turning like this, and all of a sudden it shot towards the tunnel, and I looked at the tunnel, and then there was like 20 or 30 of these things, and I assume they all came from these shards, and they all stopped at the tunnel, all at the same time, at the same distance, and they all hesitated for a second, and they were all at different angles, and then boom, they went into the tunnel all at once. The moment they went into the tunnel, I was like hooked up to this tunnel. I could feel this tunnel with every fiber of my body, every nerve, every cell was reacting to this. But that's not all. There was like, I could feel there was something inside this tunnel. There was something in there. I don't know what, I couldn't see it. I don't know what it was, but I could feel it, man. And it was doing something with those things, those shards or whatever.
Were you outside of your body at that point?
No, I was still in my body. There's at one point of this, I do go outside of my body, but not yet. I'm still sitting there at the edge of the bed. My wife looks frozen, my daughter looks frozen. I'm looking at this tunnel, and I can feel there's something inside, and it's doing something with those things that came out of me. And basically, it's basically, this is what I feel. It doesn't care who I am, what I am, if I'm male or female, what I did for a living, how much money I have in the bank, anything like that. All it cares about is, oh, this guy is human. I'm downloading all the information. It's my whole life. Everything is there. Every breath I took, every meal, every word I've spoken, it's downloading everything. And I'm just like I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm just in shock. And then it gets to like where all my emotions are. I can feel it. It's very interested, especially my negative emotions, my guilt, my shame. And not just that, but the good emotions, and then it's super interested in that, and I don't know why, but man, it feels like I can feel it. It's almost like it's swimming through these emotions, man. It's so interested. Like where all my emotions are. I can feel it. It's very interested, especially my negative emotions, my guilt, my shame, and not just that, but the good emotions. And then it's super interested in that. And I don't know why, but man, it feels like I can feel it. It's almost like it's swimming through these emotions, man. It's so interested. And then all of a sudden, everything just goes really quiet in that tunnel. And I can feel something building up. And I can feel it, and it's coming towards me, man. And all of a sudden, it bursts out of this tunnel. And immediately, I am encircled in just a bubble of positive emotion. Just every positive, every good emotion that you could imagine, amplified by 1,000. I'm just, oh man, I can't, I to this day, I'm getting goosebumps right now thinking of that feeling. And what's coming out of the tunnel is, I can't see it, but it's like it feels like it's just like an avalanche of water just blowing over me, and I'm encased in this bubble of just goodness. And it looks like transparent, clear electricity. And it's just flowing out. And then the room everything became very still. And the room kind of darkened. And my daughter was no longer standing there. And my wife was no longer standing beside me. In my perception, I was still sitting on the bed. I was still in the bedroom. But, there's something in the room with me. And it kind of scared me. Because I kind of looked to my left and I got a glimpse of something spinning. And I really started getting scared. And the spinning continued. And as I looked over to my left, it was like almost like a door sliding open, except it was curved, like a corner shower door, those plastic ones that are curved and they open. And it opened, and there was like this white static calming, using light coming out. But I was just hit with this wall of intelligence, man. Just it God smacked me, man. It was just, the intelligence was just washing over me. And I was trying to figure out like how like I've never encountered anything like that. And the intelligence was, I think it was like I was trying to put a number on it, like it's the IQ, like 500, 1,000, 10,000. I think it was unlimited. After I thought about it, but at the time I was like, holy smokes, what the hell is this?
The strongest feeling I had there was this feeling, when I say unconditional love, I mean, it's not the same. I know what unconditional love is here. I have children. I love them unconditionally. I know what that is. This was on a totally different level. This just, it doesn't exist here.
And so the love felt like I was the last newborn child to be born has ever lived or ever will live again in the entire history of the universe, being hugged, loved, cradled, and cherished by every mother that ever lived before that. Imagine what that must be like. mothers in here know what that felt like when you held your first baby for the first time. Imagine on the scale it just opened, and then realize that it's nowhere near good enough to explain what happened. That is, it was trillions and trillions of times infinitely more special than that. And I had no idea that I was that loved. And I know it's the same for each and every one of you. That's the unconditional love that was flooding through me. Just, and if a light, I know that God was a beam of light, pure consciousness. I don't know how to explain it all. I was just there trying to understand the power of everything that was going on.
It's like I closed my eyes again and I opened them and I wasn't in the garden anymore. I wasn't back in my body, but I was in this light-filled, I call it a waiting room, but it didn't have walls or anything like that. It was just this almost no sensory, but like continuous. It's like a warm hug. This really warm, like God's energy.
And I'm going, who are you? And there was this pause, and then the answer came, and he said, I am Archangel Gabriel. And I just burst into tears. And like even now, talking about it, it was, I felt like I was in the presence of unconditional love, and I was being held.
That's when God showed up. And those golden clouds that were in front of me that I was in, from the corner of my sight, bottom right-hand corner, it started getting brighter and brighter rapidly. And this intense white light just enveloped me, just came on like a rush, and enveloped me and made all the clouds disappear and go away. And then I was in white again. But this light was different. It was intense love, radiant, radiant love. And it pierced every part of my being. And it was like the most beautiful feeling of love, like embracement love. It was incredible. And I was like, wow. And at that point, that powerful love, I knew it was God. Had to be creator and God. And
started going towards a light. And that light was the most brilliant light, multiplied thousands of times stronger than what the sun was. And I was being pulled towards that. And I kept going and kept going and kept going. The closer I got, the more intense the feeling of love that was possessing me. It was pushing in on me. It was almost suffocating me. It was so tight.
All of a sudden, I was in a different place. I was in the beautiful, beautiful light that is hard to even describe, because we just don't have the words. You can't describe a sunset or a rainbow. We don't have the words. It's just God love. That was the kind of light that I saw, and it just embraced me, and it was so peaceful.
More, a million times more. And I sometimes compare it to if you're lying on the beach in the sun and you can feel it all over your body, the warmth of it. But this was a kind of a metaphysical equivalent of just joy and happiness filling my entire being. And I began to sense that I was being held by a parent figure, like a baby. I was being held like that, and the parent was pouring in, "You are so loved, you are so loved."
It almost felt as if everything went away and I became part of everything. I was part of that. I was part of everything out there. My son had melded to me. I had melded in to what I call God, and we literally became one. And then just all this knowledge, truth, comprehension, and everything came flowing through me in a way where it was very, very intimate. It was very, very
personal. I didn't see the future. I didn't see, the creation of the world. What I experienced was my life and what had happened in my life.
There was absolutely no fear or apprehension. From the moment I popped out of my body, going down the tunnel, into the sphere and then into the light again, there was a feeling of overwhelming, unconditional love. I felt so loved by everything and everyone that I've struggled for over 50 years now trying to find the right words in the English language to explain the level and depth of love that I was consumed with. And there are none. It's not like, oh, it was really a great feeling of love or a lesser feeling of love. There are no adjectives to describe the unconditional love that I felt because it was all encompassing. My vibrations, my body vibrations, my soul vibrations, the anti-vibrations blended in with the unconditional love and the light, and we became one.
Farther away from me was a pinprick of light. And this pinprick of light, I somehow recognized, but I didn't know how. And as it got closer, or did it get bigger, I'm not sure, let's say that it got closer, it paralleled an understanding that was washing over me. Or it was almost like, I refer to it now as the release of this earthly amnesia that we have, where we don't remember what life and existence was before Earth. And all of that was starting to fall away as they got closer, and as they got closer, it resonated this beyond love, beyond compassion. I sometimes compare it to a grandfatherly love. Just, there was nothing I could have done wrong. It was just all loving, all loving. And I realized that I had the choice to be assimilated by that. But I stayed back somewhat, and I don't want to say that it talked to me. It's almost like it was a download of information.
It was just this overwhelming, unconditional love that it's so overwhelming that you can't really, I don't even know what to compare it to. And because the love is so submerging on all, like every cell in your body level. It's like you are love. It's like you're part of it. We are love. We've just forgotten.
This other light enveloped me. Near-death experiences later. I didn't know anything about near-death experiences at the time. But when they started talking about the light, I started crying, because, oh my God, other people have experienced this light. Everything disappeared. It was like I had no body and no, there was a separation, there was a sense of self in it. But I felt like I was in a warm bath of love. Pure, unconditional love. And it was warm, it was welcoming. All my worries, all my fears, all my stress were gone.
What I was my raw essence. It was beyond what we assume is our mind even. But I was still myself. I still had my history. I still had my personality. And it was, not only did I have a body, my own identity was stripped from me at that point.
It was full of love, and yet I was more and more attracted to what I perceived to be the center of the sea of light. It was as if in the center of the sea there was a sun, and my heart was just irresistibly attracted to that. And again, in an instant, with a tremendous clash, not clash, but in a tremendous and magnificent instant, I entered pictured this center of the sea of light, this sun in the sea, the light, the heart of the light. And it was as if I were devastated. It was as if I were, just spider silk in the solar wind. I was completely devastated by bliss and by rapture, by ecstasy. And yet I was not. I was simply in of, and because of that light, and yet I was, as an individual, destroyed. It was as if I were the quintessential phoenix.
I did become aware of a point of white light. Intense, brilliant, gajillion times brighter than the sun. A little point of white light, and it was absolutely beautiful. It was alive. It was like breathing. And somehow I knew I had to go there. I don't know how I knew that, but I knew I had to go there. And remember, I didn't know that I died. I didn't remember the accident, and I still was trying to figure out what was happening. But I knew I had to go toward the light, and as I approached the light, it got bigger and more intense and more beautiful and more loving, and it sucked me in and absorbed me. And I became the light, and the light became me. I was the white light.
There was no judgment of any kind, only acceptance and incredible, expanding, embracing love. Everything that a moment before I had thought was important, necessary to the point of being stressed, to the breaking point, was gone, was absolutely meaningless. I remembered all of this incredible love and being surrounded by it. I felt not only embraced by these souls, but that I was home and I was being welcomed back. I felt incredibly blessed and incredibly loved. I felt free for the first time in anything that I could actually remember. I felt that I was free. There was no hierarchy. There was only love, only wisdom, only kindness. And they filled me with this feeling until all of the memories that I had of crossing over and all of the pain it was loved out of me. It's an incredible experience.
Felt like I was in this void or in outer space. It didn't feel scary, but it was black. Then I immediately felt myself go into the tunnel, and it was very black, very dark in the tunnel. I wasn't scared at all. I was moving very fast. It was exciting, and it felt exhilarating. The tunnel ride was very quick, and I popped right out of the tunnel, and I was immediately in the white light. The light was so bright and beautiful and powerful that it took me a minute to adjust and understand what was going on there too. As soon as I started to settle into it, I understood that it was heaven. I started to feel the light more and feel the energy. I immediately felt this overwhelming sense of unconditional unconditional love. Love like I have never felt before. No matter what I had been through in my life, no matter what I had done, it was just complete love for me. I was bathing in it. It was wrapped around me. And so while I was a part of it, I really sensed that separation being healed as well. I knew that I was dead. I knew that my physical body was no longer working, that I was no longer a part of it, and I was fine with it. It didn't scare me. It just felt like this is how it's meant to be, and it almost started feeling like my life was becoming a distant memory.
As I'm looking straight ahead, because I'm mesmerized by the big light. Well, it started out light, but it's so bright, and it got bigger, bigger, and bigger. And I've had a lot of people ask me what the light was like, and I tried the best. And then one day, somebody, this is after YouTube came on board, somebody said, "Look at this, Dale." And when I saw it, I couldn't breathe. Because it was the perfect explanation of what I saw when I left the hospital, and I was traveling toward what now I realize was heaven, the city of God. In case anybody's interested, there's a video called the Tsar Bomb. Okay, the biggest bomb that's ever been apparently exploded up near the Kara Sea in northern Russia, and the Soviets exploded this, I don't remember, 1955, something like that. But when I saw this explosion taken from the footage of an aircraft far away, for about a half of a second, I could say, if you could back the video up and play it right there. There's this no sound, just this bright light, and if you could just freeze it, and right at the center is brilliant, hot, thick white light. That's what it was like where I was going. And the further you get from the center of that white light, it starts turning a little bit yellower, gold, deep rich gold. But right in the middle is this hot, bright light, and then it's gold all around.
So I was taken to this palace, and I was standing beside Jesus. I won't say what was said is kind of sacred to me. And when this happens, this just like an atom bomb just explodes, and I'm back in my body.
I felt like I was going to melt. I really did. I felt like who I was just so enveloped in this love. And then I felt the separation. I felt the separation from Drake, from God, the creator. I felt the separation from my experience. And to me, where I was, the next second I woke up. And this is 3 days later after my experience. I woke up in the hospital.
It's something that I would have liked to have known, but it happened to me in my 50s. Is that every single one of us here on this earth are seen. He sees you. He knows your situation. He knows everything that's going on, and you are loved. And I know it seems goofy and cliche, but it's not. It's not. And as I was being, pushed back into my soul, was being, pushed back into my body, there was just one more intense blast of "I love you," and then it was lights out.
And there were beings there. There were these three robed guys, and they were overjoyed to see me. They were kidding around, and they were bouncing around, and I had known them forever. And there was another guy, and he was in charge, kind of, and he was this tall, wispy guy, and when he came near me, the love from this being was so amazing, I felt like I was going to burst into tears at any moment. It was, your chest was just going to explode with love.
And he showed me that. I hadn't even remembered that. And he said, "I never left you. It was you who turned away from me." And it just blew my mind because he was right. And all that time I thought I was abandoned, but he was right. And I had, but he had never left me. And he sent me this love, this like never ending love that was just so big and so expansive that it was like I wanted to explode. Like my body at the time couldn't even handle that much light.
And I mean, an explosion of just the power and strength and love of God just saturated me. I mean, it just my whole being.
That love, I mean, the love was unexplainable. It was as if you took a thimbleful of love and you said, "This is a lot of love," you would have exploded with a thimbleful. And you just thought that your whole body was encompassed by this energy.
It was just in this tremendously blinding light, but it wasn't just light. It was, we describe it as love. It was the most unbelievable, overwhelming feeling of love that I've ever felt in my life. I thought the light was so bright it was going to burn my eyes out because, I felt very much me and could see parts of me. And so, and then I realized it's not blinding my eyes, it's so bright, but it just flows through you.
Anyway, I'm going through this tunnel and I finally go through all of these gates. And I finally get to this absolute immense presence of light. It's just pure and pure light. I knew there was so much information pouring in with nothing said. Nothing was said. I knew it was home. I knew this is where we all go. All of us. I didn't put it in terms of God then. I did it because I'm just in awe. I just, I don't go, "Oh, this is God." No, it wasn't like that. It's because I was so overwhelmed, and the love was unbelievable, unbelievable. I've still got sovereignty over John's consciousness. Okay, this much I do know. Nothing had taken me over. Nothing evil or good had taken me over. I still had sovereignty as my sovereign consciousness. I could still think of John with all John's thoughts that I had here on earth. So I'm thinking, okay, and I think I remember saying, "Where am I?" That was the first question, and it said, "You've reached us." That's something like that. You'd reached us. I said, "But where am I?" Because I had this whole concept of going somewhere. I've just been through the earth, and rocks and plants, through this tunnel. I don't know how long it took because time's just not the same. But here I had this idea that I'd gone somewhere to the other side of the universe. And I said, "Where are you?" And I said, "We are everywhere." I said, "Well, I don't understand." I thought, I don't understand it. I didn't even think that in words. It knew I didn't understand. So it shifted, that parallax thing. Bang, shifts me. A little bit of an emotional insert into my energy field, bang. And the next thing I get smashed with this expansion into everything. And it's like, holy crap, that just stripped me of any thoughts. I became it temporarily. So, and it took me years to, map this all out. It's so powerful. It is so powerful. you've got no defense up. Doesn't matter any thoughts that you've ever had that you're trying to hide in your life. Forget about it. It knows. It already knows.
No.
It sees through that. All the things you've done wrong, all the things you've done right. It knows. So forget about it. And then I asked, I said, "Am I dead?" That's when I asked, "Am I dead?"
Uh-huh.
And it didn't answer me. And I said, "Well, am I sick? Am I ill?" No answer. I thought, to myself, I'm thinking back in the now, John. I thought I must have been a dickhead because it was an answer that was obvious. Because I wasn't dead. My consciousness was alive. So it was a stupid question. But we still ask stupid questions through ignorance and shock. I was in shock. I think I was in shock and awe at the same time. It was like a whole multifarious.
Pure love flowing, just flowing, and it was so intoxicating.
Kind of want to be here for my family. I do crave that God experience, and I miss it. But I do know that I do have to be here for my family, and that's a priority for me. What was interesting is that in the moment that I was with God and almost ready to succumb and say, "That's it, I'm going with you," I wasn't thinking about my family at that time because I kind of figured I'm dead, I'm done, there's nothing they can do or I can do about it. But what was interesting is that God knew about my family, and He knew what was going on.
My breathing stopped, and when that happened, and I was under general anesthesia at the time that this happened, and when my breathing stopped, I shot out backwards through the top of my head. I was laying down, and I actually, the best way I can explain the way it feels is if you're in a pool and you grab onto the side of the pool and you put your legs against the side of the pool and push yourself off real fast. It was like that, but a lot smoother when I came out of my body. And when it came out, it was such a cool feeling. And the first thing I felt was this really strong warmth. It's warm. It's like anybody who's had any kind of really good narcotics in the hospital would know this feeling because it reminds me a lot like I have chronic pain to this day, so I've had to get a lot of different types of drugs in the hospital the last decade and a half. So it's kind of like the best drug you've ever had without all the side effects, without the nausea, without all that. It's kind of like you just have the good feeling and nothing else. It's kind of like that, but times a million. And what I've watched a couple of episodes on your podcast, and I've only known you for a couple of weeks, so I watched a couple, and some people say that they call it love. Yes, it's love. I agree with them, but it's something you can't describe in any language that I know yet. It's like this is like you feel this warmth, and it was almost like I was being embraced, and as I was kicking out of my body, like it has this it's like somebody was like helping me, holding me so I wouldn't come out too fast kind of thing. I was just like, no more pain. Because up to that point, I was in severe pain. The pain was so bad before this surgery, this 5th surgery I had. I was over it. I did not want to be in this body anymore. I was just ready to give up and, move to Oregon and have assisted suicide or something. That's how bad the pain was. But when this happened, there was no pain. It was just like it was just like somebody gave me the shot, the best drug you can ever imagine. And that's how this love they're describing feels. I'm sure they would agree with me on this.
But this light was so intoxicating, better than chocolate, so intoxicating that I not only did not want to even look at that blackness and darkness, I wanted to be one with it. But again, I was reminded, you promised that you were going to do this thing, and so I chose to go back.
Beautiful. I mean, it's like euphoric. It's like pure ecstasy. It overtakes you. Almost become intoxicated with it. It smells kind of like roses, sweet roses, but it's beyond. It's kind of got a woodsy. Oh, I don't know. It's just very rich. It intoxicates your whole body. It's just like pure ecstasy.
So we're always trying to fill an emptiness, because that's what our brain senses, that we need to be satiated. So instead of so love becomes transactional, because we need it. We aren't living as love. We need to get it from other places. So I thought to myself, love should be transformational, not transactional. And I started really meditating on that feeling of that I got when Father God was with me, that just gives you that oxytocin rush. So it's like spiritual feeling of love, and then it's like you get actual chemicals that kick into your body.
And he slowly disappeared, and then I was just watching myself on the operating table where the doctor shot me with shots that saved my life, and I woke up on the table and I was punching the doctors because I wanted to go back to that place so bad.